And we are live, Senator.
Thank you. Good morning, folks, and welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am a senator representing District 34 down in York County, including Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. This morning, we're with the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, and this will be a public hearing. In just a moment, I'm going to ask my committee members to introduce themselves, but prior to doing so, I'll just read a little reminder that the meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. That means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. The meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Just a couple of reminders to those that might be coming in to testify. We're just going to ask, other than the sponsors, who will give some leeway too, if you would be kind enough to please keep your comments to 3 minutes in terms of time. And please be sure to introduce yourself when you enter the Zoom and where you live, as well as any organization that you may be representing. With that said, I'm going to call upon my fellow committee members to introduce themselves, starting with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Good morning to you and members of the committee and members of the public. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodsum.
Thank you, sir. Dave Woodsum, Senate District 33, which is in the northwestern corner of York County.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning. A great morning here at the Capitol. Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning, Rebecca Millette, representing House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson.
Good morning. I'm live from the beautiful state capitol here in Augusta. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County. And I'd like folks to know that Moosehead Lake was declared ice-free on April 16th. That's a very early ice out for the big lake.
But promising that spring is here, right? Folks also working with us this morning, we have our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam can offer some assistance should you run into some technical difficulties. And we may also potentially call on our analyst, Hillary Risler, or Sam Senfit, although most likely going to see them when we get into our work sessions. Good morning, Senator Daughtry. Would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. I'm Maddie Daughtry, and I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. I do apologize. We've been having power outages off and on, and my lights keep flickering, so I may be literally in and out for most of the morning. So if you see me come and go, that's part of what's going on.
Well, we hope you're more in than out, but good luck with that. Folks, this morning, as I mentioned, we had, this is a public hearing. So first up this morning, I'll open the public hearing on LD 452, and that is an act to require certain schools to provide menstrual products. And first up this morning will be Representative Tepler as the sponsor of that bill.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished colleagues of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's certainly a beautiful one. I am Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom. Today, I'm really happy to present to you LD 452, an act to require certain schools to provide menstrual products. I'd like to begin with a story. For several years, the Honorable Catherine Cassidy, a former representative from the Machias area, worked on educational issues for young girls in West Africa, mostly in the country of Sierra Leone. I supported her work with small donations and followed the issues with which she was concerned on Facebook. One effort provided menstruation packs of reusable menstrual pads to young women who were not attending schools during their menstrual periods due to a lack of supplies. I was horrified that this was happening and made a small donation for this effort in particular. Why should girls in Sierra Leone be educationally disadvantaged by a normal, natural process? Imagine my surprise when a representative from the Maine Education Association came to me in the fall of last year to tell me that several teachers had come to him with similar concerns in Maine and in the United States. Young people were not going to school because of a lack of access to menstrual products. What is sometimes called period poverty is very real in our state. I have fought for 7 years now to have the sales tax removed from these products as an acknowledgement of that fact. Until last year, however, I somehow missed that this was an issue in our schools that was keeping young menstruators from attending to their education. Our society treats menstruation and menstrual blood as shameful and embarrassing, a fact of life that must be kept secret. Euphemisms for this normal and healthy condition are the norm for referencing it in public. Sanitary items, they are called because of perceptions that menstrual blood is somehow unsanitary. In less well-off households in Maine, it is not uncommon for menstrual products to be rationed. A limited number of pads or tampons might be available to a young teen. The products are expensive and not covered by SNAP dollars or by WIC. Many schools currently provide pads and tampons in a nurse's office. If a student is taken by surprise by their menstrual period, or if they were to run out of products during the school day, they must request a visit to the nurse's office. Picture this. I'm a 12-year-old experiencing my period for only the 4th time. My mom has given me a pad and one extra, but by 2 p.m., I know I will soon need another or face the embarrassment of bleeding through into my jeans. I ask the teacher if I can go to the nurse's office. She asks if I'm feeling all right. If I say no, she may refuse my request unless I can articulate exactly what I need. If I say yes, I'm lying, and she will be confused by my return to the classroom in 15 minutes and possibly ask what happened. When I get to the nurse's office, I must again be able to articulate what I need to the nurse. This is a form of shaming for young people who have their menses. They are not unwell. They are experiencing a healthy and normative bodily function. And this is why they should have unfettered access to menstrual products in school bathrooms. Yes, there will probably be some waste, but I haven't heard anyone suggest that we not supply toilet paper just because it might be stolen to use in pranks. Imagine, instead of the current scenarios in many schools, I ask to go to the restroom. I am able to take a pad or a tampon from a box or machine there. I can put it on, breathe a sigh of relief, and go right back to class. The fiscal note attached to this bill is problematic, as many schools are already supplying menstrual products, as I mentioned before in my testimony, perhaps just not the way this bill requires. I believe some folks will testify to this fact. Also, Senator Breen has a companion bill to this one, which removes liability for those donating menstrual products. A group of young people at Mahoney Middle School in South Portland have worked with their district to ensure that the menstrual product dispensers in their bathroom facilities work without charge, and the parents are footing the bill. This seems like a sensible approach. You will hear from one of those parents today. Access to menstrual products is access to educational opportunity. A lack of access to menstrual products is a lack of educational opportunity, a very real inequity for some. Maine can and should overcome this problem for our young people. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Tepler, for being here. In the bill, it says certain schools. Can you explain that? Why certain schools?
Yes, Senator. We don't expect that elementary schools would have to provide this product if they're K through 5.
Okay, yeah.
But we would expect that middle schools and high schools would.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Tepler. Just a question, like I know you mentioned some school districts have in their budget, for their nurses budget, they budget for some of these things. But what you're saying is that, would it be specifically just providing it like in addition to that, or in addition to what they might have, providing it in some way in the bathrooms? Would it be like in concert with or instead of sort of thing?
I would say, Representative Salisbury, that it would be instead of.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Sampson, please, with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Tepler, for being here. So I want to follow up on the question that you just were referencing to from Senator Woodson about some schools not being included. And you mentioned up to 5th grade. However, having worked with that age group, there have been numerous examples of when 5th graders actually would need these products. So is that something that you are planning to address?
That was not addressed in this bill, Representative. However, I am certainly open if you would like to extend this bill to elementary schools so that women or girls or people, I guess I should say, who get their menses early, as in 4th and 5th grade, would have access to the products, because I do understand that women, girls, people are getting their menses earlier than in previous times.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I know I'm going to go down and open a can of worms here. However, who can have menses other than women and girls?
I would say that people who identify themselves as male, but have some female biological equipment may, in fact, have their menses.
So basically biological women. correct?
I think the definition of biological women is fairly complex, Representative, so I'm not sure I want to go there. And I don't think that's primarily what this bill is about.
Well, I understand. I just wanted to ask the question because you mentioned it and it just was a blaring question that needed to be asked. Thank you.
Any additional questions at this time? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Tepler, good to see you. I miss seeing you at health coverage. So,
Hey, Mike. Representative Brennan.
I have a very quick question. The bill says that products would be made available. So do you envision there being one method for making it available, or is it just up to the school district to decide whether or not they have an extra supply with the school nurse, whether or not they have dispensers and restrooms, or other methods of dispensing things? So sometimes with schools, unless we're pretty clear about what method should be used, we always have problems across the state with uniformity. So I didn't know if you had some ideas about, or if it's preferable, if it was okay to say, okay, school nurses might be the ones that dispense, or that there would have to be some, just method available in restrooms that would also make them available.
I
Products.
believe, Representative Brennan, that the bill specifies restrooms as the location for dispensing. I mean, I think in my testimony, I discussed the problem of having nurses dispense.
Okay. Nope, you're right. It does say all bathrooms. It's just when you mentioned that school nurses may do it in other areas, I just didn't know if you saw that as an alternative.
No, I don't see that as an alternative. I see that as a problem and a barrier of sorts.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is that schools already have a supply, and that they don't need to necessarily invest in a new supply of menstrual products, but rather change the venue for the location of them, and also require uniformity across districts for supplying in restrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks, of Representative Tepler at this time? Seeing none, Representative, thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for sponsoring the bill, and good luck with this moving forward.
Senator
Oh,
Rafferty,
sorry, I have Senator Daughtry with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies. I think my power is flickering again, so it might have been a little bit delayed. I just wanted to ask the sponsor, good morning, Representative Tepler. Our area and our community definitely has a large portion with homeless students in our schools. And I'm just wondering, in the process of this, if you've had conversations with districts, I can think that this would make a big difference. This is one of the hardest things for homeless students to be able to access our products like this. And so I wondered if you had any conversations with folks and if they'd agree that this would be a great barrier. This is one of the things locally we've done lots of fundraisers on to be able to try to get these products into the hands of families and students. So just wondering if that had been part of your conversations.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. It had been in the sense that the concern that was expressed by teachers covered both homeless students and students living in poverty, but still with their families. So, I think this is a response to both of those potential kinds of inequity, given that SNAP and WIC do not cover these products, and they're, other than donation, there is no way for people in poverty to get them.
Mm-hmm. And if I can just ask a quick follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I know we're discussing the bathroom and different access, but wouldn't you say as this bill moves forward, it seems like your goal is just to be in the best area for students to be able to access these in the most, warm and friendly and welcoming and non-humiliating manner possible is what it seems like the goal of this is, correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Senator. Absolutely.
Thank you both. Again, Representative, not seeing any additional questions. Thank you again, and have a great day. Folks, we have several folks here to testify. It appears all in favor. I'm going to start this morning with Hannah Sanders, and Hannah will be followed by Holly Couturier and Laura Hopper.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Hannah Sanders, and I am a resident of South Portland. I'm a lawyer, an artist, a mother, and a fourth generation Mainer. With me today are my daughters. Here is, oh,
sorry.
That's okay.
I usually put this inside.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
Have a good day.
These are my daughters, Linnea Witten and Astrid Witten. Linnea is a 14-year-old and 8th grader at Mahoney Middle School. Astrid is an 11-year-old 6th grader at Mahoney Middle School, and they have both submitted written testimony in support of LD 452, which I will be reading into the record today. It's challenging for young girls and most women even to discuss their periods. And so the girls have asked to just be introduced and then excused, and I will read their testimony. So girls, you're welcome to go skittle away. So the first letter is from my daughter, Astrid. She writes, "To whom it may concern, I am an 11-year-old girl who has recently gotten her period. I am writing in support of this bill because people need period supplies. And while some people have them, some do not. It's quite unfair. And in most public bathrooms, you have to pay to get sanitary items. Half of the population get their period. And so we should at least be able to supply items to help them. Thank you, Astrid Witten." And Linnea writes, "To whom it may concern, I am speaking in support of the new bill that will put free sanitary products for women in school bathrooms in Maine. I think it is very important because lower income families can't always afford products like pads and tampons. And also a lot of girls don't carry around pads or tampons or quarters in school and in other public places and have nothing to use when they get their periods. This bill is important for girls so they always have what they need when they're at school and never have to worry about needing pads or tampons. Personally, I have never carried around quarters or pads or tampons at school, and I think it'd be a lot better for girls all over the state to have free products that are necessary for them right at hand when they need them. Sincerely, Linnea Witten." And now I want to share my experience and say a few words about the importance of period equity. I would wager that every woman watching or listening in this morning has at least one moment that she vividly remembers about getting her period. For me, it was sitting in a 9th grade Spanish class in a pair of turquoise pants. I admit it was the 80s, when I felt an unmistakable feeling and I was wholly unprepared. I have been trying to conjure up an experience that would be comparable for men, but I simply can't. First, there's a feeling of uncontrollable wetness that spreads through the seat of your pants and into your bottom. The panic is immediate. You ask yourself, does everyone know? If I stand up from this desk, will there be a giant red stain on my pants? Will all the kids see? How on earth can I safely get from this desk to the bathroom? Your brain is consumed with thoughts of self-preservation, and there is no space left to focus on classwork. Sitting through the next 20 minutes of Spanish class was torture. I couldn't leave my desk because I could feel that the blood had leaked through my pants. So I waited for the other students to leave, and then, with my thighs tightly clenched, I awkwardly held my backpack behind my bottom and tried to casually walk down the hall of my high school to the bathroom where, to my horror, I saw that there were no pads or tampons and I had no change for the vending machine that sometimes stocked sanitary products. So I stuffed my underpants with toilet paper and prayed that the toilet paper would stay in place and not fall onto the floor while I was walking down the hall. And I prayed that no one would notice the back of my pants and start yelling, "Hey, look at that freshman. Aunt Flo paid her a visit." Or, "Hey, we've got one here who's riding the red pony." The feelings of helplessness and shame were lasting. This is a potential nightmare situation for every girl, every month of her entire junior and high school career. Last October, I began funding a campaign that I call the Red Pony Project here in South Portland to stock girls' bathrooms with free sanitary products. Despite the intensity of this unprecedented school year, the wonderful social workers at Mahoney Middle School embraced the idea and began working with the administration. They conducted a survey of 8th grade girls at Mahoney who gave a resounding "yes, please" to the idea and asked for sanitary pads and tampons of all sizes to be provided in the bathrooms. Last week, we received news that the project had been green-lighted by the administration, and we will begin providing free sanitary products in retrofitted vending machines and in small baskets during the first week of May. I hope that you recognize the significant impact that LD 452 will make on the educational experience and the physical and emotional well-being of thousands of girls here in Maine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. We appreciate that. And please, on my behalf, our behalf, thank your daughters for their testimony. Thank you. Any questions at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much, and please thank your daughters.
Thank you.
As our next guest is coming in, Representative Dodge, would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm arriving from taxation. My name is Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, and thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I am the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The MPA Legislative Committee fully supports LD 452. Many of our schools have students with people who menstruate or start menstruating while in school, and it is the responsibility of the schools to make sure that the students have the products they may need easily accessible. Getting the accessibility of these menstrual products to only those schools who have grades 6 through 12 strongly urges the committee to vote up to pass on LD 452, and I would be more than happy in the nurse's office, so making them available there is ideal, whereas versus like in the schools that have individual bathrooms. So you've got kindergarten, first, second, third may have their own bathroom that they would use, but though having products in a third or a second grade classroom, which some of those kids may need it, but it's not the majority, may not necessarily be the most comfortable place to put those products. So each of the principals that were talking about this said, you know what, we definitely need to make sure that they are easily accessible, but we want to make sure that they make sense for each of the individual schools, as well as primarily keeping the kids comfortable.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony and have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
We have, oh, I lost my screen. I have Laura Harper next, and Laura will be followed by Val Vocal and Eileen King.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I don't seem to have an option to share my video, so I don't want to waste your time, so I guess I'll proceed with just audio.
Okay, in the meantime, maybe Sam can offer us some advice. Yeah.
How are you joining us, Laura?
I'm with you in the Zoom.
Are you on a laptop device or on your phone?
I am. I'm on a laptop.
I'll see what I can play around with, but yeah, please proceed and I'll see if I
Okay.
can find anything.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee, my name is Laura Harper. I'm a senior associate at Moose Ridge Associates, and I live in Hollowell. On behalf of my client, Maine Family Planning, I'm testifying in support of this bill, which would advance menstrual equity in the state of Maine. Maine Family Planning provides comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care for adults and teens at 18 clinics statewide and serves as the Okay. There. Okay, thank you, everybody. All right.
This came from
I'll go back to reading my testimony. Maine Family Planning provides comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care for adults and teens at 18 clinics statewide and serves as the nonprofit administrator of Maine's statewide family planning network, which encompasses roughly 50 providers, including 5 school-based health centers. This robust network ensures that affordable care is available to more than 28,000 patients each year. Separately, Maine Family Planning's prevention team provides educators around the state who provide comprehensive sexuality education that's medically accurate, age appropriate, and affirming for youth of all identities. As experts in young people's sexual and reproductive health, we know access to menstrual hygiene products in schools is key to health, dignity, and well-being. Products such as pads, panty liners, and tampons are no different than toilet paper and soap. They are essential items that people who menstruate need to use on a monthly basis. But unlike toilet paper or soap in a school bathroom, menstrual products must be purchased, brought from home, or otherwise procured, sometimes at an unexpected or inconvenient moment. And they are expensive, costing hundreds, if not thousands of dollars over the course of a person's menstruating life. Furthermore, these essentials continue to be taxed in a majority of states, including Maine. A 2019 analysis found that 1 in 5 teens could not afford period products, and that 1 in 4 missed class because of it. In a state where nearly 17% of students live under the federal poverty line, there is a real risk of period poverty interfering with educational opportunities and school attendance. And with the rate of poverty among Black children in Maine more than 3 times the rate of non-Hispanic white children, that risk is higher for Black students. Unsurprisingly, the COVID-19 pandemic only exacerbated the challenges of accessing menstrual products. One recent survey showed nearly half of all people who menstruate worldwide have struggled to access period products during the pandemic. Offering these products in school restrooms could really help students whose families are struggling to afford the basics. But this is about more than affordability and convenience. This is about reducing stigma around menstruation, normalizing periods, and ensuring that all young Mainers are empowered to know their bodies and take care of their health. According to the 2019 poll, a majority of teens who menstruate reported feelings of shame and/or lack of knowledge about their periods, with fully 80% saying they feel a negative association with menstruation, and 79% reporting a need for more in-depth education around menstrual health. Notably, 51% of students said they feel like their school does not care about them if they don't provide free period products in the bathrooms. Forcing a trip to the school health center or nurse just to ask for a tampon only increases the potential for embarrassment or emotional anxiety. It's well past time to normalize the regular functions of all bodies. Providing menstrual products in school bathrooms could go a long way towards alleviating both stigma and stress for students who menstruate. And so we urge the committee to pass LD 452 and move Maine closer to menstrual equity. And I'm happy to answer any questions that I can now, or I can bring back answers for the work session.
Thank you. Excuse me. Do we have any questions of Ms. Harper at this time? Not seeing in. Oh, yes, Representative Sampson.
Thank you. My button wasn't working. Thank you, Ms. Harper. My question to you, I don't know if you would have the answer or someone else, because you're talking about low-income folks, people living in poverty. And I'm wondering about the accessibility of these products at food pantries, and if that is a possible vehicle as well. As far as, you were talking about the COVID and people not being able to access these things. My experience has been that they do have them at food pantries, but I don't know if that's a uniform thing. So could you speak to that?
Well, thank you for the question. I really appreciate it. I'm not an expert on standards for food pantries. I have been monitoring this issue, so I did hear from some other organizations when the other menstrual bill was heard in judiciary last week. So I know that some food pantries do provide these products, but I don't know if they're universally available in that format.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Harper? Seeing none. Ms. Harper, again, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And next up is Bell, I think it's Boko, and then followed by Eileen King.
Vocal is perfect. Thank you so much. Members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Belle Vocal. I'm from Portland, Maine, and I identify as AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander. I'm a Master's of Social Work candidate at the University of New England and the rising president-elect of the Junior League of Portland. The Junior League of Portland has taken an official position in the support of LD 452. We are a volunteer-led women's development organization, and our current focus area is positive youth development with a special focus on ensuring the basic needs of Maine's children and families. We've identified period poverty as a serious obstacle to Maine's children's ability to thrive. Our annual Free the Flow campaign aims to spread awareness of period poverty and break down the severe stigma of menstruation. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, children and adolescents must have the basic physiological needs met before they can even address their psychological needs, higher levels of development, and the realization of their full potential. It is impossible for Maine's youth who menstruate to focus on their education when they are even uncertain if they're able to manage a basic bodily function several days a month. Period poverty among youth is an unacknowledged problem in our society. According to Think's State of the Period report, 61% of teens with a period have worn a tampon or pad for more than 4 hours because they did not have adequate access to menstruation supplies. When you actually stretch products for longer than recommended for their usage and use substitutes such as socks or toilet paper or wad up your underwear, you put those who menstruate at an increased risk for something called toxic shock syndrome or TSS, and this causes infection or leads to infection. The problem of young folks who menstruate missing school during that time of the month is not exclusive to the developing world. In a survey that was conducted by Kotex, 84% of US students reported missing class or knowing someone who had missed class because they didn't have access to proper menstrual supplies. Period poverty is real and it's alive, and it's here in Maine. 88% of those who menstruate agree that period products are a necessity, and 75% think menstrual hygiene products should be available for free or reduced cost in schools and prison. This again is that by Kotex survey that I referenced. In the words of Falmouth Middle School nurse Jean Barber, who effectively lobbied the school board to get free menstrual products in her district, this is a quote, "Menstrual products should be treated like toilet paper and paper towels and be provided at no cost to either employees or students," end quote. We applaud the efforts of districts like Falmouth and Yarmouth, which allocate free period products to their pupils. However, there is often not enough funding for similar programs in less affluent districts where the need for pads and tampons is the greatest. So, the Junior League of Portland wholeheartedly endorses LD 452 as it would increase menstrual equity in Maine. On behalf of the Junior League of Portland, I wholeheartedly urge you to support this bill. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. We have any questions, folks? Ms. Bokel at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much, and you have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be Eileen King, and Eileen will be followed by Grace Levitt.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 452. And I'm actually the Deputy Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association. Our association supports the bill and recognizes that there's advocacy campaign to promote offering free menstrual products in schools, both in the US and Europe. We understand more than a dozen states have or are considering similar bills, and California, Illinois, New York, New Hampshire, and New York already have enacted legislation. There will be a cost to schools, and it would be helpful to understand that cost based on the experience of other states. The legislature's fiscal office has identified this as a potential state mandate with significant costs statewide. Irregardless, our associations fully support LD 452, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have a question from Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Ms. King. So my question to you is, in your position with MSMA, I mean, I can't imagine that this is not an issue that every superintendent, every principal is aware of. So, and I know there's some creative things that have been done in various schools. Is this something that has to be done, in your opinion, from the state level? Or do you feel that local administrations, local districts they clearly understand this is a problem? Can't it be solved at the local level? And why is there a bill? Can you speak to that, please? Why is that necessary?
Thank you for that question, Representative Sampson. Normally I would fall down on the side of local control every time. However, when you're talking about communities, the affluent communities that can support this, that can put this in their budget and can support their students, then it's done. We have many communities in Maine that struggle to have budgets that can raise the funds just for their basic educational programs. And our students need to be supported in this manner. They need to be comfortable. That should not be a barrier to their education. And so when you look at the funding piece and you look at the number of school communities that struggle financially year in and year out, this is something that would be one of the first things off the list. And I believe that all of our students need to be supported so that they can access their educational programs in a safe, comfortable, and in a proud manner, and not in a situation where they're embarrassed and they're not going to school because they can't access menstrual products at school.
Thank you. Can I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So I totally agree with what you just said. But you also made the statement that schools are picking up the cost on this. So if that's already happening, I'm just seeing a disconnect here. So I'm just trying to ask you to help me to sort of ferret out the fact from fiction. Is if schools are already picking up the tab on this, then to the point that these schools can't afford to do this is somewhat moot, wouldn't you say?
Not all schools can pick up the tab. Not all schools are picking up the tab. The schools that have the financial resources and have the ability to do so are picking up the tab, but there are many, many schools that are not picking up the tab. Therefore, we have a situation that is increasing inequity among the services that we can provide our students. So I think it should be something that the state would want to support all of their students and not just have the affluent communities support their students and those that can't not support their students.
All right, thank you. I think for the work session, I'd like to have an idea of what schools are not doing this. So if we could gather some information on that. And thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you. I have Senator Daughtry followed by Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me? It seems like your power just went off and on again. Okay. Trying to run it off of my phone now. I just wanted to sort of build off of what Representative Sampson was asking. Ms. King, you know, everything you're saying about budgetary concerns, wouldn't that be sort of the aspect and the sort of the point of looking at this at a state level is to hopefully provide that funding and maybe finding a mechanism. Yes, some schools are doing it. Maybe it's more on a grant basis so that the DOE can issue it for schools who don't have the fiscal availability. But I'm just wondering if you'd agree that by having it, you know, discussed at the state level for those schools who are having to make those difficult choices and aren't able to do this, would be able to actually access and give state funding so it's not falling on the backs of local property taxpayers, or what typically happens on the backs of well-meaning Good Samaritans who are fundraising these personally for our schools.
I agree that just having this conversation statewide is bringing this situation to a statewide light and a statewide conversation and a statewide understanding that this is being provided for some students in some schools, but is not being provided for some students in other schools.
So if I can just follow up real quick, it would create equity, right? Is kind of what you're
Correct.
saying, I'm hearing. Thank you.
Thank you both. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good morning, Ms. King. First,
Good morning.
before I dig in. I'm looking at the fiscal note that's been attached to the bill, and I noticed that it says that it's potential state mandate unfunded. So in that instance, the have you seen that fiscal note?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to be using you as a jumping off point to say for the work session, it would be helpful to know what the cost would be. What's the threshold for the state providing the funding to cover this mandate? And I think it's 90-something%. So if we could get clarity on what that percent is, and then actually what that estimated amount is as well, that would be very helpful. And Ms. King, within the EPS formula, does the state provide funding for supplies?
Yes, it does.
What do you know when the last time that is that adjusted annually by an inflationary rate? Do you know? It's not.
Not that I remember. No.
Okay. So for the work session, I'd also like to maybe just have us dig into what that amount is and when it was last adjusted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, Ms. King. As you all know, it is school vacation week, and I have my resident elementary school teacher upstairs. So I asked her a few questions based on our discussions this morning, and you know, at the elementary school level, which of course wasn't included in Representative Tepla's bill. You know, they basically have a system in place through the nurse's office. And it feels like it works very well at that level, being only available in that bathroom in the nurse's office. Would you agree that that is adequate at the elementary school level?
I think at the very lower grades, the elementary school level, I think that would be adequate, or a possibility, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, maybe having teachers have some sanitary supplies in their desk drawer should a student need them. You could have them in the bathroom. I mean, but I think either having the teacher have something in their desk drawer should a student need them, or going to the school nurse. I think as the kids get older, it's just being able to go to a locker room or going to a restroom or or not needing a quarter. I think sometimes going to the school nurse, there are other kids in the nurse's office, it can be embarrassing. So I think there's a couple different ways of this, as Dr. Couturier had said, there are a couple different ways to do it. It depends on the setup of your school, the size of your school, but I think there are a couple different ways to be creative on how to handle this in the least embarrassing manner for the student.
Right. Thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. King, I don't know if this is necessarily a question for you or something Ms. for us to have for the work session, but I'm wondering, I know there are national resources on age-appropriate methods of dispensing these products, and just wondering if we can get any information on that, because I do know, there are, students who are getting their periods in elementary, and sometimes, that's a particularly traumatic first experience. So making sure that we do have access, whether, and it can be hard in that moment to want to go to the nurse or even know what's going on. So just wondering if we can get some more information on that, because we all have our own personal experiences and stories from ourselves and family and friends, but I'm just wondering if there's some really good resources out there. And I know there's a bunch of different groups who are doing work on this, because what might work for a 10th grader might not work for a student who just got their period for the first time and they're in 4th grade and none of their friends are going through it. So just want to see if we can get some of that for a discussion.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. King at this time? Seeing none, Ms. King, thank you very much for your testimony, and you have a great day.
Thank you for your time.
Next up will be Grace Lovett. Grace will be followed by Madeline Welch.
Good morning.
Morning.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Committee on Education, Cultural Affairs. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave serving as president of the Maine Education Association, representing nearly 24,000 members, faculty, staff in pre-K public schools pre-K through 12 public schools and higher ed, as well as retired educators, and speaking on behalf of members in support of LD 452. I'm also speaking really on behalf of the students that our members work with every day. And first, a bit of a confession. I've always considered myself to be someone who's worked to make our society more just and equitable, whether as an educator or in my own personal life. And despite the 43 years that I've been in the classroom, until I heard from my colleague in New Hampshire about their recently passed legislation to address what they were calling period poverty, it hadn't occurred to me just how important it is that this be addressed in Maine as well. Nor had I even stopped to think how incredibly unfair it has been for our students that menstrual products are not freely and openly provided in our public schools. I'm a little ashamed to admit I had not thought of this before, much sooner on, but I include this admission simply because perhaps some of you are having a similar thought. There are various statistics you've heard in previous testimony, depending upon our sources. They vary a little bit, but they all pretty much say the same thing. What I've found as a resource was that nearly 1 in 5 girls in the United States have missed school because they lacked menstrual products. You might have thought that this is only a problem in other parts of the world, but it is indeed a problem right here in the United States. And like so many things, the issue affects some more than others, just making it all the more unjust. I have a quote in my written testimony that speaks to that. Some information has already been mentioned. Menstrual products are not covered by food stamp programs. They're subject to sales tax, et cetera, et cetera. And the pandemic, like so many other things, has just exacerbated the problem, leaving marginalized populations who are already struggling to afford these products at even more of a loss. You've heard that other states already have required that schools provide these products in schools for students grades 6 through 12. And I certainly hope that Maine will be one that now follows suit and that all others will also soon follow after that. It isn't only an issue of fairness or even affordability. Having access to menstrual products can help to positively impact a girl's confidence and thus even affect her future. So a lot of people have talked before me about the financial cost of this, but I want you to also think about the other cost, the cost to the emotional health of a girl, to the mental health of a girl, and the cost to the lost time for learning. As also has been mentioned, schools already provide these products very likely in the nurse's office. But why should a girl have to go to the nurse's office for something that could be so readily available in any of the bathrooms? They should not be having to take additional time away from the classroom for this. It really should just be made more readily accessible. So it isn't just a question of the cost of the finances. It is also other costs as well. Not to mention, not all of our schools are staffed with a full-time nurse, something that I hope we will have someday. But even that can make it less accessible where those products are currently offered, as well as our nurses are right now incredibly busy, especially during this pandemic. So the fiscal note, it says it's a significant one. I did look at that, but I find that rather absurd. First, as I mentioned, many schools already have these products. It's just that they're in the nurse's office and not accessible. But also that cost, the part of the unfairness, the cost borne by girls and their families, simply because they are girls. And for too many of our students, it's a real challenge. The Maine Children's Alliance just published their 2021 Maine Kids Count and stated that the poverty rate for Maine's children in 2019, this is before the pandemic, was nearly 14%, with rates as high as 20% in 4 of Maine's counties. So we certainly can assume that the rate is even higher at this point in time. Again, not just the fiscal cost, but the cost that you can't put a monetary value on, the cost that this has an effect on a girl's confidence, on their comfort, on their health, both physical, emotional, mental, by not providing the menstrual products in our schools' restrooms. Menstrual products should be provided just as readily and accessibly as our schools provide the other necessary items, as others have mentioned: toilet paper, soap, paper towels. And I would also add that we need to consider this being something that's not just for our 6 through 12 schools, but ideally for the lower grades as well, whatever is deemed most appropriate, so that it's acceptable, so that the stigma and the embarrassment, potential embarrassment, is removed as well. We urge your support of LD 452. I'm glad to answer any questions. And I did also include several links in my written testimony with some other background information on it as well, for those that might want to read some more about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And any questions at this time of Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, your testimony, and all the work you continue to do for education in Maine.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up will be Madeline Welch. Madeline will be followed by Molly Johnson and Nicole Clay.
Hello, good morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Madeline Welch. I live in Denmark, Maine, and I'm a student at the University of New England. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 452, an act to require certain schools to provide menstrual products. This bill focuses on students in grades 6 through 12, and while I'm no longer in that age group, I still remember what that time was like. It was very overwhelming and uncertain for many reasons, one of them being the changes in my body. Now, the topic of periods is still taboo. It can make people uncomfortable. Given that it is the subject of this bill and that it impacts so many, I ask you to embrace those feelings of discomfort as I continue. One of the worst realizations you can have, as some other testifiers have spoken to, is that you've started your period before you were expecting to, or you're experiencing a heavy flow, and you've bled through the back of your clothes. And if you have one, you can cover up the stains tying a sweatshirt or sweater around your waist. That would be only a temporary fix. You can rush to the bathroom. If you're lucky, you have a spare pad or tampon in your bag. But if not, you rely on those sanitary product dispensers. While not necessarily expensive, most young people face this dilemma. They do not have the change to spare for these machines and thus often resort to using toilet paper. This is something I myself have had to do many times. It's very uncomfortable, it provides very minimum help, and requires multiple trips back to the bathroom. This all tends to happen during classes as well, and the anxiety one feels trying to focus on what a teacher is saying when they have a very significant menstrual problem is unbearable. It's easy to say, well, just be more prepared, but it's not that simple. First of all, some people have more sporadic periods that can't always be prepped for. For example, I have something called polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS. This means my periods are very irregular. The rebuttal, just bring some pads from home, carries with it the assumption of financial stability and access to resources. Statistics that we've already heard from other testifiers today indicate that many young people experience a lack of access to menstrual products, what's called period poverty. And these high numbers indicate that it's not just a couple of kids who forgot to bring change with them to school, and that there are likely many other factors at play. Ultimately, the solution is challenging the very idea of charging students for this essential product. It's unfair to cast blame and shift responsibility for something that is outside of students' control. In terms of need, as we've heard, these menstrual products are just as important as toilet paper. And if they're not being charged for toilet paper, they should not be charged for pads or tampons. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote ought to pass on LD 452. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Any questions of Ms. Welch at this time? Thank you very much, and good luck with your education at UNE.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Next up will be Molly Johnson. Molly will be followed by Nicole Clegg and Sage Collis.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Molly Johnson. I live in Portland and I'm a senior at Portland High School. I'm speaking today to ask you to support LD 452, an act to require certain schools to provide menstrual products. During my time in middle school and high school, essential menstrual products weren't available in bathrooms. Instead, those who needed products were expected to go to the nurse's office and ask for a pad or tampon, and there was no guarantee that the nurse would have something for everyone to use. The passing and legislation of this bill would help make people who menstruate able to simply and easily get access to a product without having to go out of their way to take care of a bodily function. Menstruating isn't a choice and should be treated as such. The idea that young menstruators, including myself, have had to take a separate trip to a drugstore, nurse's office, or local clinic during school, or buy their own products to be used in school further encourages the stigma around menstruation and emphasizes that it's not a human issue when over half the population deals with it. The passing of this bill would send a message that menstruation is normal and that school shouldn't be a place where young folks should be embarrassed about their bodies. Many of my friends have had times when their family wasn't able to get them period products, which left them feeling out of options. The passing of this bill would help to reduce people's experiences like this in the future. Missing a day or a week of school due to one's period sets them back on their schoolwork, and the passing of this bill will help to ensure that people will attend school while menstruating. I ask you to support LD 452, an act that will help students like me feel more secure and protected while attending school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And do we have any questions of Ms. Johnson at this time? Seeing none. Molly, thank you. It's great to hear from students, and good luck. You're a senior. Good luck the rest of your way. Take care. Next up is Nicole Clegg. Nicole will be followed by Sage Collis and Melinda Netto.
I don't see Nicole Clegg, Senator, so would you like to go to Sage Collis?
Please, thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Sage Collis. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a sophomore in high school in York, Maine. I'm speaking today to ask you to support LD 452. Throughout my time in both middle and high school, I and every menstruating classmate I know have experienced the shame and anxiety that comes with having a period. Sneaking pads and tampons into the school restrooms in our sleeves, worrying constantly about bleeding through cheap products, and hiding it from other classmates at all costs. I've had several friends miss school because of their period because they were unable to access products. Requiring schools to provide menstrual products to their students would help us view having a period as what it is, natural. I and my peers would no longer have to stress about making sure we packed the right products in our backpacks or smuggling them out of class and into the bathroom stalls. Not to mention the burden relieved from the shoulders of low-income students and their families who are not able to afford good quality menstrual products, if any. No menstruator should ever have to sacrifice their education because they cannot afford pricey, 100% necessary period products. Requiring schools to provide menstrual products to those who need them will level the playing field for all students. To conclude, I'm asking again for you to support LD 452, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions at this time of Ms. Gaulis? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you and commend you for stepping up at your age. I don't think I would have had that kind of courage. So, very commendable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Melinda Netto, and I think Melinda will be our last testimony.
And Senator, we did have a last minute sign up, Dusty Home in Sprague, and that should be the last one after.
Thank you.
Hello, Senator Doherty, Representative Michael Brennan, and the members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Melinda Netto. I live in Litchfield. I am a school nurse, and I've been a school nurse for 14 years. Today, I represent Maine Association of School Nurses, and I am also a member of National Association of School Nurses. Currently, I work in Brunswick. And today I am here to say that on behalf of MASN, we do support LD 452 as we are hopeful it will help to end the stigmatization of our students that our students face as related to period poverty. Period poverty is a struggle many low-income families face while trying to afford menstrual products. Difficulty affording menstrual products can cause girls to stay home from school with lasting consequences on their education and economic opportunities. The students of Maine have the right to an education. The lack of ability to manage menstrual hygiene can contribute to the higher rates of school absenteeism and poor educational outcomes. In many schools, nurses and faculty keep supplies for students experiencing period poverty that are paid for with funds from their minimal health office supply budget money or with personal fundraising efforts. Keeping supplies in school bathrooms will allow all students to avoid missing class or worse, possibly an entire day of school. This is common in all schools and as a sense of low-income communities that experience period poverty. Recently, a school nurse reached out via the MASN listserv asking for support as her budget had been depleted and she no longer had funding to provide period products to her students. These are only one of the few schools that have reached out because we are looking for period products to allow our students to have more access in our bathrooms. These are not only healthcare supplies, these are basic hygiene products and are no different from facial tissues, bathroom tissues, or paper towels that are currently provided for student use. I have seen this quite often in the elementary school that I worked in, mostly for 4th and 5th grade. And I currently work in all the different schools in Brunswick. And although we do have, in Brunswick, we do allow period products outside the nurse's door, it really would be detrimental for all students to have this in our bathrooms so they no longer have to come to the nurse for those needs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions at this time of Ms. Netto? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
And Sam, I lost the name of the last, you mentioned we had one more,
Yes, Senator. Dusty Homan Sprague.
Dusty Holman Sprague. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm so sorry for my late arrival. I thought I submitted quite early this morning, and I apologize. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee, I am Dusty Homan Sprague. I'm the executive director of the Maine Women's Lobby. For over 40 years, the lobby has advocated for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls. We're here today in support of LD 452 and thank Representative Tepler for this important bill. I've listened to all of the testimony, and I don't think that there's a lot that I can add that's more compelling than the stories of Maddie and Sage and the many young people who've joined us here today. I'm really inspired, and I hope that you are as well. The one thing that I would add, in addition to what we've already heard here, is just to note that, as some people have said, we know that when people can't access these essential needs, they resort to reusing products, using them for longer than intended, using items not intended as period products, or skipping school or work. This causes serious health risks or hygiene risks, as well as educational and economic impacts, and that these impacts disproportionately, overwhelmingly affect women, girls, and marginalized populations such as incarcerated individuals, low-income individuals. And we know that this disproportionate impact, has in some states been viewed as sex-based discrimination. We're aware that not every person who menstruates identifies as a woman or girl, but the vast majority of people with periods are women and girls, and it's hard not to notice the connections between period shame or stigma and sexism. In the same way that other health needs, which are primarily for women and girls, such as reproductive care, pregnancy or postpartum care, are seen as add-ons or optional, period products have long been treated as something that individuals need to address instead of embraced as a normal human function like toilet paper. Title IX, part of the educational amendments of the Civil Rights Act, protect individuals from being excluded from the benefits of publicly funded education. And we've heard here today that some young Mainers, almost all of whom are female, are skipping school or missing class or putting their health in danger in a school setting. And we really see this as economic insecurity and sexism and stigma teaming up to make school harder to navigate for some people. LD 452 is a way to address this and make school safer and more accessible. So we hope you will support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this time of Ms. Sprague? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony and your work for women in Maine. Have a good day. So, Sam, I think that concludes all testimony today.
That should be everyone, Senator, for this bill.
Thank you very much. I would like to then call the public hearing on LD 452 to a close. And I will at this time open the hearing on LD 896, and that is an act concerning mental health in public schools. This morning we will hear from Representative Warren, who is the sponsor. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Am I here? Here. Hello, good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty. Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Do you, am I all set to start? I apologize.
You are. When you're ready, we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the delay. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, again, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Sophie Warren. I represent Scarborough House District 29, and I'm speaking today in support of my Bill LD 896, an act concerning mental health in public schools. I want to start just by very briefly describing the sponsor amendment that will be coming to you by the date of a future work session, if one is hopefully scheduled. It's something that was sent to you with the help of your clerk, Sam. Thank you very much, Samuel. And I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you all this morning. If you'll indulge me, thank you. So for one, supporting the ongoing work of a task force created by LD 1010 in the 129th within the Department of Education that produced a report back to your committee in February of last year. This is with the goal ultimately of repealing, replacing the anti-bullying and discipline statutes issued by the department in consultation with the Permanent Commission on Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations by January 18th of 2021. And in consultation with the Permanent Commission, we'll regularly reconvene this same kind of dynamic of task force with the Department of Education every 5 years to issue recommendations and associated updates in statute. Where I'd like to begin is on one hand, this statute and many components of the statute that initially caught my attention and that of a family in my district hadn't been updated in more than 10 years. And so I was just beginning to be a legislator in December and heard a story that actually was familiar to some of my own in Scarborough schools of experiencing discriminatory harassment, where it felt for the family and for the student that there was not adequate social infrastructure within our school systems here in Scarborough to facilitate effective recourse, meaning recourse that both reduce harm to the targeted student going forward and meaningfully change the behavior of the students accused of the aforementioned harmful behavior. It felt that these traditional mechanisms and statutes were extremely specific and sometimes self-contradictory, and then also not really facilitating prevention of harm or recourse that felt like it made a difference in the day-to-day lives of young people in Maine. And so we wanted to think about how do we address discipline and bullying that benefited the targeted and the accused. And in speaking in the course of this experience with various organizations and youth-led groups and department officials, mostly in Department of Education, been in communication and as well with the Permanent Commission, fellow legislators who have done different work around discipline and harassment and bullying with young people. I've learned about this report back on the issue in the 129th, and it reflected many of the concerns in bringing this bill forward. And that's the titled LD 1010, Resolve Directing the Department of Education to Review Existing Disciplinary Laws. And that report back is available and part of my testimony. Hopefully you're able to access it, and please let me know if not, of course, and I will get that to you. So we were reading this and it seemed like picking up the work from there was just great timing. And as well, the Permanent Commission on Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations was created in 2019. So just this was great timing to consider in looking over the task force report back to your committee. There were all these different elements and interventions and considerations to overhaul and really simplify and sort of let a more school-based approach that's going to work best for each individual school system and school board versus some of this stuff that just felt very out of place or out of date. And kind of where I leave it is some of these main statutes that are being considered hadn't been updated since before I had been in school here. I mean, this is like before I'd even been in high school. It's been like over 10 years. So I just, I think it's an appropriate time to pick up that work, to take advantage of the new resources, and to consider going forward, just how can we make this work for young people in Maine. And I appreciate your patience with me to have this be in this concept draft form. And again, as we finalize language that works for the department and the permanent commission and different stakeholders, definitely always wanting to be youth-led and have different considerations as much as I can. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. And I really appreciate your consideration. And I would be very happy to take your questions or anything. So just thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Relative to that timeline, do you have any framework of that at all at this time, or is it still kind of open?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I guess I want you to know that I believe that's something that could be done within the week, but I also want to know just what is possible or reasonable, and I will do everything that I can to work around the needs of the co-chairs and also what the committee needs. So maybe you'd also have to tell me what I have to try to make work for everyone.
Thank you. If you probably best would be if you could just keep me or up to date in terms of your progress. We can figure that out in terms of our work session. I do have some questions. Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Ms. Warren. So you said a lot of things. You have a concept here. So my question for you, boil down into 2 or 3 sentences only. What do you want to see happen here? What is the most pressing issue? Pick one issue that you can encapsulate this with.
I would be interested to have Title 20 looked at and Title 20A be basically completely overhauled. If you, in speaking with the Department of Education and the commissioner, we came to a conclusion that the anti-bullying statutes deserve a simplification completely. Beyond that, I probably would not be qualified to speak to one of the other, something more specific than that at this time, and I hope I've answered the question.
That's super helpful. And I think overhauling 20A, that's a huge undertaking, but I think you narrowed it down into the anti-bullying parts of the statute. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Warren, for providing this information. I just wanted to clarify earlier on, you mentioned, was it LD 1010 that had been worked on in the last session? I missed part of that.
Thank you very much for the question. And I have, yes, LD 1010, a resolve directing the Department of Education to review existing disciplinary laws was a report back on February 2nd.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to confirm that number so I could look at that again. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I can put it in the chat if that's helpful. Even for the public, maybe.
Muted too. Yeah, no, that would be wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions of Representative Warren at this time? Seeing none, just want to say thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony and good luck with this moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one additional testimony, and that is from Deborah Parker. And Deborah is neither for nor against, and that is our only testimony yet that I see.
Well, Senator, I do not see Deborah Parker, so I think we just have the sponsor for this bill.
Okay, Samuel. Thank you very much. Well, that said, I will call the public hearing on LD 896 to a close. Next up then will be LD 772, which is an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription administration, and distribution in public and private schools. So an act to permit. And that will be our own Representative Millette will speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed colleagues of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Rebecca Millette, and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I am before you today to introduce LD 772, an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription, administration, and distribution in public and private schools. This bill is submitted on behalf of the Department of Education. Sadly, Maine is still in the grip of an opioid crisis, and this legislation seeks to reduce the number of overdoses. I respectfully request that you hold your question for the Governor's Director of Opioid Response, Mr. Gordon Smith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. So we'll have several speakers floor, and that the first up would be then Gordon Smith.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to assume you can hear me. If somebody would nod.
Yes.
Okay, I've got you. I apologize. I'm in my office at the in the state office building, and so I've got one screen with the sound, and if I want to see you, I have to look over here. But so I'll speak right into the sound, and I apologize for that. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members, honorable members of the committee. I am Gordon Smith of East Winthrop, Maine, and it's my privilege to serve in the Mills administration as the Director of Opioid Response. Excuse me. I am an attorney, although I do not function as a legal advisor in this capacity. This position of Director of Opioid Response was established in Executive Order 2 in February of 2019. So I have served for just over 26 months in this position. One of the major efforts that we have engaged in during this period has been the purchase and distribution of naloxone, a life-saving medication which reverses the effects of opioids when an individual is experiencing an overdose. This bill, first presented during the second session of the 129th legislature, is a department bill from the Department of Education and is part of our initiative to make naloxone available in all locations where a person may experience a life-threatening overdose. We very much appreciate Representative Millette sponsoring this departmental bill, which she also was kind enough to do last year when we simply ran out of time because of the unexpected early adjournment. Unfortunately, the number of accidental overdoses, both fatal and non-fatal, continue at high levels. And our recently updated opioid response strategic plan puts a high priority on harm reduction activities, of which naloxone distribution is one of the major initiatives. As of this week, the state has over the past 26 months purchased over 60,000 doses of intranasal naloxone sold under the brand name Narcan. The medication is given as a single spray into one nostril with additional doses given every 2 to 3 minutes in alternative nostrils. It is remarkably effective when given in time, and we have documented well over 1,000 saves over the past 2 years. During 2019, the Department of Education received a number of inquiries from school nurses and other educational staff regarding the need for Narcan in the schools. Upon research and consultation with the Attorney General's office, we concluded that the existing education and pharmacy statutes and the medication rules at the department would make it difficult for most schools to have Narcan available and to train staff in its use. I'll go off script for a minute to say that while some schools have it already, that's because it's been done as an initiative through the school nurse. And many of our schools don't have a school nurse present all the time, as you know. So this legislation was prepared to allow schools to have Narcan available if authorized by the school board and administrators. It is permissive. It does not require a school to have the medication present, but it does allow it. It authorizes it and gives them a pathway to get there. It does require the training of staff members who are allowed to administer the medication, with that requirement to be set forth in more detail in the guidelines required to be developed by the Department of Education. This draft is loosely based upon the law previously enacted that allowed for EpiPens to be available for emergencies. The bill calls for a collaborative practice agreement between the school health advisor, that person is always a physician or a family or pediatric nurse practitioner, and the school nurse. If there is such an agreement, that document would determine the school personnel who would be able to administer Narcan if the school nurse was not present to do so. If no such agreement were in place, then only the school nurse could administer the medication, which obviously would greatly limit the potential places in which a reversal could take place. The scope of the bill includes allowing administration of this medication during school hours or during a school-sponsored activity or on school grounds to assist a student, a staff member, or a visitor. While I am not aware of any fatal overdose at a school or on school grounds, I would encourage you not to wait for a student, parent, or visitor at a school event, including athletic events, to overdose before having a process in place to allow administration of this life-saving medication. We have been fortunate, but the odds are that at some point in time, this medication will be needed at a school. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. There's also Department of Education staff present to testify. I would also add that I think I will send, along with this testimony that's already been filed, a copy of our updated strategic action plan, because you'll be very interested in the prevention portions of that plan, which I have discussed with many of you from time to time. And it particularly deals with things like the social emotional learning work curriculum being sent to the schools by the Department of Education. So I have briefed 4 legislative committees on that plan and would be very happy to come in and talk to you about the prevention efforts highlighted in our strategic action plan. I know how busy you are, so I'm simply making the offer. Again, I appreciate your time today. I'll answer any questions I have. Fortunately, I do have with me Emily Poland, the school nurse consultant at the Department of Education, to help me if I don't get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I do have a question from Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. I just have a couple of quick questions. One, what is the shelf life for a dose of this intranasal medication?
Thank you for your question. It originally was advertised as effective for 24 months, for up to 2 years. Since that time, the company that manufactures it has acknowledged that it has efficacy well beyond that, but that's the standard efficacy is 2 years.
Okay. And then as part of the training that you are mentioning, I might have missed this, but included in that was like athletic trainers or people that were there after school, because like most schools that have school nurses, they wouldn't be there after school, because you mentioned about like athletic activities and things like that.
It would be up to each school to determine who they would like to have trained and have the medication available. I would, because in my position, we're trying to save lives here. I'd like to see everyone trained. But again, some people may not be comfortable with it. The training is for the intranasal. There are obviously there are injectable forms of naloxone as well, but what we're authorizing in this law would be the intranasal, and it's as simple as using a nasal spray. Most of the education really is about identifying how to identify a person who may be overdosing on opioids and how to position the body, rescue breathing, that type of thing. While we have some courses that are an hour or more, we also regularly distribute at events where the people are given a kit and trained for 10 minutes. So it is not a complicated process.
Great. Thank you very much for that information.
Welcome.
Thank you both. And Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here. Now, for my own clarification, would this be a mandate or an optional course that the schools could take?
No, the whole process is absolutely optional and permissive. It doesn't require a school to do anything, but it does make it, but it gives them a pathway to overcome their own medication rules and things that, this is such an unusual product and an unusual situation, sort of like the EpiPen, that you want it available, but you hope you never have to use it. And so it really became clear as we researched all the things, the pharmacy rules, which usually they don't allow anybody to administer medication. So it was determined that the best way to do this, if a school wanted to do it, was to do it in statute and then have the Department of Education provide guidance for those schools that wanted to do some training with it and have Narcan available. In case nobody asked me the question, I also think that that the state purchasing of the product can be shared with the schools. In other words, you have a fiscal note that's been prepared that says that costs can be absorbed, and there should be really no cost, except obviously there is some training. It takes some time, but we're distributing and putting so much state resources into buying Narcan that the number of schools that would do this, they wouldn't need to have 50 kits. They'd need a handful. We should be able to handle that with the existing distribution network that we have through the Office of Behavioral Health, and that's being paid for by federal grants largely.
Thank you for that clarification and additional information.
Thank you both. Any other questions of Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that my old friend, Representative Brennan, hasn't asked me any questions. We've gone back, we go back a long ways in my previous career at the State House. So it's nice to see you, Representative Brennan. Nice to see you all, but.
Oh, thank you. Seeing no additional questions, folks, Mr. Smith, I'd like to say thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony and your expertise. Good luck moving this forward.
Thanks.
Next up will be also speaking for, the next three speakers will be speaking for Emily Poland, Stephen Bailey, and Mackenzie Dwyer in that order. And while Ms. Poland is coming on board, I'd like to give Representative McCray an opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rushed through Zoom to get here from my Ag Committee meeting where we were talking about pesticides all morning. So I'm glad to be here. I'm Dave McCray from Fort Fairfield up in the center part of Aroostook County, representing District 148. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome, Ms. Poland.
Thank you.
Get my testimony pulled up here. So good morning. It is still morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Emily Poland, and I'm here today representing the department, speaking in support of LD 772, an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription, administration, and distribution in public and private schools. Naloxone, commonly known as Narcan, is a medication that can reverse an overdose that is caused by an opioid drug. When administered during an overdose, naloxone blocks the effects of the opioids on the brain and the respiratory system in order to prevent death. Naloxone has no potential for abuse. It's a non-narcotic, and it is non-addicting prescription medication. In fact, it will have no effect on a person that does not have any opioids in their system. This bill provides for the administration of naloxone hydrochloride in a non-injectable form to students, school staff, and school visitors through a collaborative practice agreement, or a CPA, between physicians licensed in this state or school health advisors and public and private school nurses. It also provides language for schools that do not have a collaborative practice agreement in place to stock and administer naloxone if needed, so long as the school nurse is there to administer it. The bill provides permissive language and does not require a school to have naloxone or a protocol for the administration of this medication. In the executive summary provided by Maine CDC in February 2021, it was reported that the total number of opioid overdoses reported through the emergency department increased in 2020 from 2019 by 221. In the first quarter of 2020, 40% of heroin overdoses were in young adults ages 20 through 34. This increase, along with the proportion of overdose among young adults, is very concerning, as this age group represents the parents of children in our schools and recent high school graduates. These statistics provide reason for us to have naloxone readily available in the school setting for both the public, such as for parents who are visiting the school, as well as for students. A school may need naloxone for a student who is using substances or one who might have accidentally consumed a product. Governor Mills is committed to combating the opioid crisis and protecting Maine families. In 2019, Executive Order Number 2, an order to implement immediate responses to Maine's opioid epidemic, was issued. In that same year, the department applied for and received funds from the Office of Behavioral Health through the efforts of the Director of Opioid Response. Using these funds, a small team of school nurses collaborated to create materials to support stocking naloxone in schools. Having initiated this work prior to the current pandemic, the department is well positioned to complete the work as outlined in this bill. A suggestion for clarification in Section 5 is to add language to include other licensed healthcare professionals where administration of naloxone is within their scope of practice. There are many school administrative units that employ licensed practical nurses, or LPNs, who are not considered school nurses according to the legal definition, but who administering medication is within their scope of practice. Naloxone is easy to store, administer, and it can save lives. Having naloxone available in public spaces such as schools will help prevent overdose deaths in Maine. For these reasons, the Department of Education is in support of LD 772, an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription, administration, and distribution in public and private schools. I would be happy to answer any questions the committee might have, and I'll also be available for the work session. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Ms. Poland at this time? And seeing none, I just want to say thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. And have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Next up will be Stephen Bailey, and Stephen will be followed by Mackenzie Dwyer.
And Senator Steve Bailey had to attend another meeting, so Eileen King, also from MSMA, is going to present his testimony.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I think you're muted, perhaps.
Well, that finally happened.
But it's not you. You can blame this on Mr. Bailey. See?
I am. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 772. One of the tragic side effects of the pandemic was the increase in opioid deaths in 2020 in Maine, with 502 fatal overdoses reported, a trend that continued into the new year. The former opioid overdoses, plus what's happened recently, lends urgency to this bill. We have no statistics on opioid overdoses in schools, but we know we have addicted youth and young adults. The rural nature of our state also supports having emergency intervention on hand, since we cannot rely on responders getting there fast enough. One reality we do need to address is that not all schools have nurses or nurses on a full-time basis. That means that an emergency non-medical personnel could be delivering the naloxone, and not all will be comfortable doing so. It will be important to identify those without school nurses and see if there's a solution and people willing to take on the responsibility in that district. On a personal note, I've lost 3 students, former students, to opioid overdose. These are students that I took their hands when they were 5 years old and put them on the bus. And I also gave them their diplomas when they were seniors graduating from high school. Yesterday afternoon, I took a walk, took one of my dogs for a walk on a beach in the Booth Bay region area. And I looked over and I said, well, it could have been 4. And there sat a student, former student of mine, who did survive an overdose because of Narcan. And she sat there having a picnic lunch with her beautiful little redheaded daughter. And I thought, this is why we need to support this bill. And this is why we need to make sure that it gets into the hands of all of our school districts, and that we find a way to make sure that it's administered to either our students or our visitors or our staff in a manner that is safe, and that we provide training to those who are comfortable in doing so. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for being here, and sorry for that loss. It's always difficult. I know as a teacher, if you hear of any former student who passes, it's tough to deal with. But thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you for your time.
So I believe our last testimony will be from Mackenzie Dwyer.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Mackenzie Dwyer. I'm a student at UNE, and I'm also an intern with the Maine Medical Association. We're happy to be here today to offer our support for LD 772, an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription, administration, and distribution in public and private schools. The Maine Medical Association is the state's largest professional physician organization, representing more than 4,300 residents and medical students in Maine, whose mission is to support Maine physicians, advance the quality of medicine in Maine, and promote the health of all Maine residents. Opioid overdose deaths are a public health crisis, according to the National Institute of Health. It is the leading cause of injury-related deaths in the United States, according to the CDC, and the leading cause of preventable deaths in the US. According to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration National Survey on Drug Use and Health, there were 2.2 million adolescents who were current illicit drug users in 2017. In 2019, there were a total of 4,777 overdose deaths of youth. 3,391 of those were opioid-related. Naloxone is an opioid antagonist that temporarily reverses the potentially deadly respiratory depressive effects for illegal and illicit drugs. When administered quickly and effectively, it has the potential to immediately restore breathing to a person experiencing an opioid overdose. School nurses and people in the school are often first responders. When emergencies happen, such as opioid overdoses, a quick response is vital to a positive outcome. The safe and effective management of opioid pain reliever-related overdose in schools should be incorporated into every school's emergency preparedness and response plan. It has the potential to save a person's life. Furthermore, it could open up a conversation in the community about opioid use among our youth, and further our efforts to stopping this epidemic. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of Ms. Dwyer at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Good luck with the rest of your education at UNE, and have a great day. Stan, did we have any add-ons in terms of testimony?
That should be everybody, Senator.
Thank you very much. So I will, at this time, close the hearing on LD 772. And we will open our last hearing of the morning. And that would be LD 1049, which is a resolve to promote the education of students who participate in sex education classes regarding common cancer symptoms, the bone marrow registry, and organ donation. And that is being sponsored by Representative Craven. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. I'm pleased to be here this morning to introduce LD 1049, a resolve to promote the education of students who participate in sex education classes regarding common cancer symptoms and bone marrow registry and organ donation. This resolve directs the Department of Education to work with medical professionals to create online content for schools to access at no cost in order to educate students enrolled in sex education classes about common early symptoms of cancer and bone marrow registry and organ donation. You may be wondering why this is needed. Research shows that adolescents and young adults who recognize early symptoms of cancer have higher survival rates, according to the American Cancer Society. The early symptoms of various cancers can overlap with symptoms from illnesses or injuries that are much more common. This is why it is so important for young people to be aware of common signs and symptoms of cancer. This is also a need. There's also a need for the general public and to be more aware of bone marrow registry and organ donation. According to Be the Match, which is operated by the National Marrow Donor Program, only 2% of Americans are registered bone marrow donors. And approximately 30% of all bone marrow donors come from family members. That means that 70% of all donations come from non-family members. Patients with these specific life-threatening diseases depend on the general public knowing about bone marrow donation, which is what it entails and the process to sign up to be a donor. If this resolve passes and generates an awareness of the program, and even one person is able to find a match as a result, our efforts this session will have been worth it. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. This is the first time I've ever been, in all my years in the legislature, I've come to the Education Committee. So I'm excited to bring this very small bill, but I think it have big outcomes.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome. This is the first time. We hope it's a memorable one for you.
It is. I was very excited, but I see that Senator Brennan, who's in our committee all the time, is not here. But,
oh, yes, Representative, he's here. He's our co-chair.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll put the gallery up. There we go.
But thank you. Do we have any questions of Representative Craven at this time, folks? Yes, Representative Brennan.
I'll just say that Representative Craven has been my seatmate and for the last 2 years. And if there was one public hearing I was going to make sure I made today and this week, it would be yours. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Craven, and welcome to our committee. It's nice to have you here. My question is around the possibility that all of this information exists and it will just need to be placed on the department website. Is that correct?
Well, that's the request, and for it to be available for schools to download so that they can use it. We had a bone marrow bill in our committee, and so that is a similar thing to be put up on the CDC webpage and on the department's web page, and for it to be available for healthcare providers as well, if they would like to make referrals for people who are interested in becoming donors. When I was young, I was actually registered, but when I got old, they sent me a letter and told me I was too old now, but you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Representative, seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, good luck with this moving forward. Have a good day.
And Senator, before we had one additional sign up in addition to the ones you see on the spreadsheet, and it's Rico Dense, who is testifying in favor of the bill.
So then you want to, just based on the testifying, you want to put his up now, Sam?
I think so, Senator. We've been doing those in favor first previously.
In favor, and I see one against and one neither. So yes, we'll take him now. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, wonderful Maine representatives. My name is Rico Denson. Hello, Representative Craven. Thank you for introducing the bill. I spoke to her in December about introducing it, and fellow cancer survivor. Basically, I'm not going to go with everything with the written testimony. I've talked to a couple, like the unions and also through educators and stuff. Some of them are like, we don't want to create a mandate. It's more like the recommendation. I've gotten some feedback about creating like even a website where they could do like 20 minutes of like some different lesson plans. And I submitted in my testimony kind of like a list of some lesson plan ideas. I could go over that. And I thought like something even potentially low cost of like maybe $100 a year for the school to have the whole access and keeping things up to date as an idea. And we could do that. I don't know what the state legislation law, some of it on that side, either through the 501c3, which is Up Cancer, helping that. And we could go gather like oncologists and other stuff to speak and testify and just keep that all up to date. The key was to make it low cost, make it accessible and free for students, and they could even do that online. Talking about even grief, empathy, talking about cancer symptoms. In the testimony, you'll see that when people are diagnosed early and are not diagnosed in advanced cancers, have more of a shot of surviving, and also people who are advanced late or get advanced diagnosis, their odds even go down to 11%. So what you're doing is you're, if this legislation passes, you're helping to save lives, and you're helping students, younger teenagers and adolescent students to understand, and young adults, because in college they get this education from it. One of the person who I spoke to, or I'm a cancer survivor, and I've heard like where the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, he came in at their school and they spoke. It was volunteers. He then went to his mom and said, "Mom, I think I have leukemia." And they're like, "No, you don't. You know, you're crazy. I need to go get a bone marrow go get a blood test. Sure enough, he needed to go get a blood test, and he caught the leukemia early. So just educating people, understanding symptoms, and like I put in the testimony, like imagine a 16-year-old who has testicular cancer but doesn't know he does, just thinking that one ball could be bigger, like, oh, I'm growing and getting bigger, that kind of thing. Versus like even a woman, like we talked about menstrual cycles today. One of the things I did forget I wanted to mention on the thing pro for that, one thing that might be helpful for the dispensary, make it where it gets dispensed one every minute or one every 5 minutes, so that messes and janitorial staff don't have to clean up the, all the tampons are thrown around on the floor, because kids do mess up things. That's on a side note for that piece of legislation. But women don't understand their menstrual cycle even at the 16 or 15, and women do get, teenagers do get ovarian cancer. So it's really helping them to understand what's going on, helping them get a better communication, and also helping to understand about the bone marrow registry and the organ donation, because there's two different registries and a lot of people don't understand that. And as we could help save lives, help kids even get less treatment, and it makes it possible for them to be in school. Because what happens, a lot of the kids who are going through cancer treatment, get the advance, but then survive, they're sometimes 2 years behind or 3 years, and they have to go get their GED. Keeping kids in school is always a lot better and less treatment. And so that's a little bit of my testimony. I didn't want to go too far, and I didn't want to go too much on what I've written. So thank you for hearing this today.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here, and you have a great day.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
We do have one person speaking against the LD, and that would be Dr. Couturier of the MPA.
Hello again.
Morning.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Holly Couturier, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools throughout Maine. Please note, before I continue with my testimony, that we're not disputing the significance and the importance of these items that are addressed in this bill. Please know that. However, the MPA Legislative Committee did unanimously oppose LD 1049. Schools around the state have differing views of what should be taught when discussing sex education classes varying on grade level, content, and community values. There may be some schools who already include the discussion of common cancer symptoms, the bone marrow registry, and or organ donation. What is covered in these classes have been and continues to be a local decision based on what they believe best meets the needs of their students and their community. And I say that speaking as a former principal who offered sex education, well, we call it human growth and development, starting at the 4th grade level. So knowing that, some of these topics might not necessarily have been approved by our school board committee, knowing that those classes were taught at that grade level. That being said, the MPA urges the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1049. And if I can add just one more thing, the suggestion that was proposed to all of you about having maybe a website with different links for different resources, and then getting those resources out to the schools. I think that that is a fantastic idea, but not having it be a mandate for all of the schools throughout the state. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, at this time? Again, then seeing none, thank you very much for testifying today, and you have a great day.
You as well.
I think we have, of course, my screen goes dead. We do have one final testimony, I believe, and neither for nor against, and that would be Courtney Bellowin. Morning.
Good morning. Hello. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Courtney Bellowin, the Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. And today I'm offering testimony neither for nor against the resolve to promote the education of students who participate in sex education classes regarding common cancer symptoms, the bone marrow registry, and organ donation. MPLA members agree that it is extremely important for current information and resources to be made available to teachers and learners in a variety of contents and subject areas. The information and content referred to in this bill is typically addressed in health classes, sometimes in science classes, and as my colleague Dr. Couture mentioned, can vary from district to district based on culture, need, and values. If the goal of this legislation or any legislation is to improve the availability of and access to updated resources, then we believe using already established routes of information sharing and professional learning, such as the DOE and professional organizations like the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, is the appropriate route rather than legislation. If the goal is to improve health education quality, equity, and access in general, then a more effective strategy is to increase funding and professional learning. While this particular bill does not seem to mandate that a specific resource be used by all districts, or that that the one created by the DOE in conjunction with professionals would have to be used by every district, we would like to remind the committee that decisions around curriculum, materials, and resources belong to local districts. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Bellowin at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. You have a great afternoon.
Likewise, thank you.
I believe, Sam, that does it in terms of testimony relative to 1049.
Yes, Representative. Or Senator, sorry.
That's okay. Well, then I'm going to call the hearing on LD 1049 to a close. And it is coming up on, what do we have, 12:15. We are scheduled to be back at 1 o'clock. If I made a slight adjustment to 1:15, would that be helpful? Yeah, seeing a lot of heads nodding. Let's take our work session up then this afternoon to begin at 1:15.
And Senator, we will have a corner caucus in 5 minutes. Democrats on the committee will have a corner caucus in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. See you folks this afternoon.
Okay. But we're here. I know. Just realized that. Wake up, Paul.
No, I was just looking at I've got a camera at my camp. And on the audio, I can hear all kinds of noises at my camp, which isn't good. But on the video, I don't see anything. So I don't know if I have squirrels or demons or.
Where's your camp?
It's at Piper Pond in Abbott.
Ooh.
I may need to go up there and conduct some type of camp exorcism. I think I liked it better without the technology. What you don't know doesn't hurt you.
Ignorance can be bliss. I've learned that.
That's why I'm happy. Heidi, are you okay for an early evening go? Caucus? I think you're on mute.
Well, I'm enjoying talking to myself.
I hope you didn't get into an argument.
I just totally enlightened myself. I'm supposed to, depending on what time we get out of here, I'm supposed to be going somewhere and meeting with somebody. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. Can we determine once we get out of here? I'll have a better idea.
Yep. The only, I'd like to squeeze it in right after we get done this session if we could, but we're going to have a scheduling meeting.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, well, we could do that. But,
that's why I kind of.
Yeah. So I'm thinking so I could try and be back by 7:30 or something like that. Would that work?
Yeah. Yeah.
What time? My phone was dying, so I didn't look at my phone.
I put 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
But 7:30 be fine. We've got 6 bills to go over.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is get right at it at the first of the. We use up 10 minutes kibitzing, and then we.
Yeah. We'll blame Dave on that.
I did. That was my fault. I agree.
It's all Dave's fault. It always is. He's a senator. That's what those senators do.
Just bullshit.
Well, be careful. We got to open. We're live here, Dave.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't want you to offend anybody out there.
No, God, no.
So let's shoot for 7:30 then. And if we don't make it through, we'll either finish up with a telephone call, or somebody else can do a Zoom link. I'm too cheap to. Well, of course, the caucus provided us with a something, Google, some other platform, but we didn't do too well with it.
Now, does it cost you money, Paul, to do that?
You should know better than to ask that. If it cost me a dime, we wouldn't be doing it. I'm amiable, but I'm also cheap.
I've heard that.
Yeah, Senator Davis could tell you stories. He mentions tighter than bark on a tree quite often when he
yeah.
Together. And yet there's times when I'll kind of cross lines and vote for some expenditures that other people shake their head at and go, how can he throw money around like that? You never know.
You don't.
I think we all find ourselves occasionally in those positions where we take a position on something and then kind of think back and go, now, wait a minute, 2 years ago, I took the exact opposite position on a similar piece. Oh. Yeah, I suppose we could have met over lunch here, but I think it's good to take a little break.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Much as I don't like dipping into the evening or early morning, I think it's better. There's not enough time in the day.
No, I was hoping to shut my eyes for 10 minutes at lunchtime, but I didn't get the chance.
Yep. I think that makes all the difference in the world.
It does to me.
Yeah. 15 or 20 minutes to just decompress and sleep maybe close to it. I think that's helpful. So you have to learn to be like a snake. I think they sleep with their eyes open. And that way you could sleep right during a meeting and no one would know.
Well, my eyes are so slitty. I think people think I'm asleep half the time. Anyway.
Oh dear. There was a former superintendent that when I was a principal that I used to go to meetings with, and he would sit with his eyes closed and he was kind of resting, and you would think, I'd kind of watch him out of the corner of my eye, and you would think the guy was sound asleep. And then when a certain topic came up, he would start to spiel off numbers from budgets. He was just right exactly on the money. He was just resting a little bit,
Yeah.
Paying full attention. Yeah. I'm not sure who sent that, but that is right on the money. Whoever. Oh, someone else is listening in on our conversation, and they identified the superintendent that I had mentioned. They must have been in meetings with that gentleman as well. Oh shoot!
So
Boy,
is
go ahead.
Sun shining up there?
No, it's a little overcast right now. I think it's cooled off about 6 degrees. It was close to 70, and it's pretty cool now.
How much syrup do you end up getting?
I made 31 gallons.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Which is quite a bit for me.
Yeah.
But it was a struggle right from the get-go, because it seems like so long ago now, but I was coming off that knee surgery, to try to tap the trees, and
right.
Then I had a couple mechanical problems, but I have a lot of fun with it.
That's good.
Good hobby.
The grass is really greened up here since that snowstorm.
It's amazing, isn't it? I was over to Phillips, where my son lives, and the fields along the Sandy River Valley were very green.
Yeah.
I was surprised, even up at some elevation. and the ground's still dry.
Yeah, it's very dry.
Yep.
Concerning.
Yep.
Legs have not bounced back.
No.
Down
I
here.
don't know how the watershed is up in the West Branch, up in Cockmagomic and Chesuncook and all those bodies of water.
Yeah.
They were precipitously low for a while, and then they had bounced back a year or two ago, and I suspect they're on the decline again.
Let's see how many got lost in cyberspace. Sam, we are live now, right?
Yes, Representative.
Okay.
I don't even remember mine. I don't remember mine.
Okay. Are we close to having everybody?
1493. This one here. It's testimony 1493.
Looks like we're missing a few, Representative.
Let's see if I can print my testimony. I have to use Tracer to do that. Oh, Tracer, I gotta get to my.
We got, okay. Representative Crockett, we're missing Representative Dodge and Representative McCray. Here's Representative McCray. Okay. And we have Representative Crockett, and we hope to have Representative Dodge quickly. So, Sam, we're ready to get started. We're all set. Okay. And before we do introductions of the committee, we are going to be engaging in work sessions this afternoon, and we have LD 1259, LD 1172, LD 1188, and LD 742. And first, I want to apologize to our colleagues on the committee. We took a little bit longer than we thought in some of our discussions about the bill, and that left you waiting for about 10 or 15 minutes, and I apologize for that. And hopefully we'll be able to move forward with the work session a little bit more quickly as a result. But before we get started with our work session, I'd like to do introductions for the committee, and we'll start with Senate Co-Chair Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I represent Senate District 34 in York County. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now go to Senator Whitsom.
Dave Whitsom, Senate District 33, York County.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Representative Millette.
Good afternoon, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, up in Aroostook County, representing District 148.
And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
And Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see everyone. I am alive at the state capitol. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett, you might be able to hear us. We can't see you, but we'll allow for introductions at the appropriate time. I'm Representative Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland, and I'm the House Chair of the committee. And as I mentioned, we will be engaged in work sessions this afternoon, and we'll be assisted by our legislative analyst, Sam Seneff. And we are also assisted by our capable committee clerk, Sam Baker. At this point, I will officially open the work session on LD 1279. And I will ask Mr. Seneff if he will provide the analysis on the bill.
Just to clarify, Representative, is 1259, I believe.
I'm sorry, 1259, okay. Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Great. This is the bill analysis for LD 1259. This is an act to restore a school district's ability to authorize new types of schools and programs. So this bill provides that local school boards and collaboratives of local school boards may authorize public charter schools in their school administrative units after the cap on the number of public charter schools authorized by the Maine Charter School Commission is reached. The committee heard testimony from multiple parties in favor of this bill. It was noted that 10 years ago, legislation was passed addressing collaboration between local school districts to create innovative public school zones, allowing districts to work together to jointly authorize a charter school, but none were ever created. The bill would allow local school boards to become the eligible authorizer, that's the term used in statute, that collaborates to form a regional public charter school within an area managed by 2 or more local school boards. It also incorporates professional development, support, and accountability for new initiatives. It was noted it will not change the other roles of school boards or the ways that charter schools are governed. The Charter Schools Governing Board would negotiate a contract with the local schools. It was suggested that additional language to allow local school boards to contract with the Charter Commission to advise and consult would be helpful. It was stated that the bill shouldn't require new funding. The bill would allow teachers and districts to establish MOUs to create new models of learning. It addresses the ability of districts to authorize public school districts without being subject to the cap. The LD 307 from the 129th was referenced that added the language in the amendment phase to cap commission authorized charters, and I will go over that in a few minutes. The need for choice in education was noted. It was again stated no districts have used this the charter author the district authorizing options since the initial law passed and then fell under the cap. It was noted that of the approximately 174,000 students in Maine, fewer than 5% exercise education options outside of the public school system. The charter school wait lists were noted, about 600 students on a wait list. And this was put forth as a compromise measure. Opponents, multiple folks testified in opposition to the bill. It was stated that it's unnecessary as there's currently collaborative efforts available to establish programs within districts. For example, the Western Maine Regional Program for Children with Exceptionalities, MSAD 17 and RSU 10 agreement, allowing RSU 10 students to take VOTAC classes at MSAD 17, substitute teacher agreements, professional development agreements. It was suggested this bill is an attempt to undo the charter cap. The Charter Commission's analysis shows deficiencies at some charters. It was suggested more information is needed on the performance of charters before creating new ones. Noted that there had been no uptake of this option before the charter cap. Note that charter schools tend to draw students from surrounding areas, which could depress student count. Also noted that section 6213 already allows 2 or more public schools in an SAU to work together for instruction design and other initiatives, and that the 2017 law passed allowing for education service centers, which is another option for innovative programming. Neither for nor against stated there's potential for this bill to support innovative programs and practices, but a lack of clarity around logistics. A couple questions were asked, and Representative Sampson had just sent some information also that the committee for the committee's review on these questions. So I think has some more information on these questions. But it was asked how the Charter School Commission would work with school boards. So my understanding, and Representative Sampson may have more information on this as well, that district-created charter schools would not fall under the direct governance of the commission, but rather of the authorizing school boards, but they may choose to seek guidance or technical support from the commission. A list of schools by type and authorities was requested. There is what I hope is a comprehensive list at the end of this bill analysis. So I listed out the types of schools in Maine, the legal authorities for each of the types of schools, and I think all of the schools using the database that DOE has online. The bill text is provided. The current statutory language is pasted at the end of the document for reference. So LD 307 and the 127th established the cap of 10 charter schools. The original bill didn't include the district authorized schools. The amended version that passed did include those schools under the cap. I provided some the statutory references for innovative public school zones and public school districts, which are other options that exist for some relatively new options for collaboration and some options for unique planning. Additionally, education service centers, which were authorized in the 128th legislature. I included the link to those, as well as some language here that describes what they do. I wanted to check how many service centers there are. There's a map on the DOE webpage of the current education service centers. There's 12 of them. I included the link to that if you're interested in learning more about those. The fiscal impact for this bill hasn't been determined yet. But I did, again, there's statute down here, as well as this list of many, many schools. So hopefully you find that information helpful. Happy to answer any questions as always, and I'll stop screen sharing so you can see each other.
Thank you, Mr. Seneff. And I also saw that you had sent 2 additional pieces of information to the committee as well in support of the bill.
Yes, so those were from, I forwarded those are from Representative Sampson, so she may have additional information on those documents.
Okay, great. So at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee on the bill analysis? All right, seeing none, Representative Sampson, would you like to comment on the additional information that you sent to the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. So one of the forms that I sent you was put together in specific to address Representative Dodge's question that she had. And this basically outlines the Maine's pre-K through 12 education system, all the schools, and the numbers, the geographic location. Just she had specific questions about the public-private schools. So anyway, this is an informational sheet really to address her questions. And then there's a list of the specialty themes of the charter schools. And that's for you all to be able to look at. These are just in general. This is on a national level. So authorized by local districts and state agencies. These are nationwide. So the latter part of that document that's in blue, the print is in blue, that has that information for you. So that is just informational. And then the other document is, let's see if I can get this. Let's see, there we go. The other one is addressing the information about LD 1259, the important points. And at the very bottom, and this is the thing that I would like us to just kind of talk about, and Mr. Seneff alluded to it actually while he was in his analysis. He was referring to LD 307 that essentially came through our committee in the 129th. And it put a cap on the charter schools of 10. And at the same time, what it did was removed all of the, removed the option for public schools, other public schools to be able to work together and create their own charter under their own school boards. And so the point here is the fact that, that there was no deliberation on removing it, yet there was lengthy deliberation on this bill the other day. So I'd like to, I guess my question is to sort of probe this issue of, was it an unintended consequence of 307, LD 307 from the 129th that swept all the public schools away along with the capping of the existing charter school program? So I guess that was Representative Brennan's bill. So I'm going to kind of punt to you, sir, to get a little bit of feedback, and then I'm wondering if we could bring Jeremy Jones in to field some of the questions around this.
So Representative Sampson, you posed a question. Who did you pose the question to?
It was to you. I mean,
Okay.
It was, there were only a few of us that were on the committee last session. And this was LD 307 from the 129th, which Mr. Seneff referred to as having placed the 10 cap on the charter schools, but with it was the removal of all other options for the public schools to be able to have their own, they could collaborate and create their own charter, which is what this bill is about. So my question essentially to you would be, was it an unintended consequence of LD 307 last session that we dismissed the options for the public schools to be able to do the very thing that this bill in front of you is proposing?
Okay. Well, Representative Sampson, thank you for the question. Through the chair, and I'll answer it as best I can, and then ask other people who may have been on the committee in the 129th. And the short answer is yes. It was. I was the sponsor of the bill, and the intent was to limit to 10 charter schools in the state of Maine, and to remove that authority from local public schools to create charter schools on their own. So that's, I think, the best and shortest answer I can give you at this particular point. But I would then also rely on anybody else that was on the committee at the time, what their recollection or their intent might have been as well.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. I think that's a good baseline to start with as far as an understanding. And yeah, so take it from here. I basically I wanted to have an understanding from you. Thank you.
Okay. So again, just in the process, does anybody have any questions for Representative Sampson on the additional information she provided? Seeing none, you had requested that Jeremy Jones be able to, if you could ask specifically what you'd like him to comment on, because again, we're not trying to recreate a public hearing. So if there are specific questions or information you'd like him to comment on, that would be fine.
Thank you. I would like to just sort of parse out a little bit of like the public schools that could have this option, and where the Charters Commission plays a role. Is that necessary? Can schools go forward without this? I'd like to kind of explore that and have others ask questions as well.
Okay. Thank you. Before we get to Mr. Jones, Sam, if you could bring Mr. Jones on, Representative Stearns did have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question goes out to anybody who may have the answer. I was under the impression when charters first started in Maine that the cap was 10, and that under the law, a local school system could be the sponsoring unit, if you will, of creating a charter. But I was under the impression that that fell under the cap of 10. And I may be wrong on that, in that it may have been 10 charters and then an unlimited amount that would fall under the local sponsorship, if you will, from already existing public school systems. So I kind of need that clarified, because 307 in the 129th, LD 307 seems to have just said it's going to be 10 period, not the, so I was probably wrong in thinking that back in the beginning that two public schools could sponsor a charter. I was wrong in thinking that that was part of the 10. Is that correct? I have a nice clear way of asking questions.
Yeah, I would ask, I'd have to ask Mr. Seneff if he's able to answer that, or again, if there's somebody else on the committee that may be able to. I wasn't there in 2012-13 when this was drafted, and I'm not sure what the intent was. I could speak to the intent of Representative Sampson's question, because that was the bill that I had introduced and we had worked on. So, Mr. Seneff, do you have anything to add to that?
I could give it a swing, but it looks like Representative Sampson might be able to better answer it. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah.
All right, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so from having been, and those are the early stages of all this, was when I was on the Charter Commission, and it was clear that there was a cap of just for charter schools. That was one aspect, but then and this is where I'd like Jeremy Jones or maybe Roger Brainerd to be able to, actually Roger probably could speak to this because he was part of crafting the language. And so maybe instead of me answering that question, if we could even have Roger, Mr. Brainerd, speak to that specific question, I think he would help to enlighten us.
Okay. Sam, just in the meantime, if you give Mr. Brainerd and then Mr. Seneff, can you take a swing at it while we have the time?
I can try. I mean, can I make sure I understand the question correctly? So I think what's being asked is, so what exactly right now is under the cap and what was intended to be under the cap? Is that Is that what we're trying to get at?
I think the question was, when the original legislation authorizing charter schools, there was a 10 cap limit, but did that limit also apply to local school districts authorizing a charter school? So that even though the Charter School Commission was limited to 10, could a local school district still authorize a charter school in addition to that 10?
So I think that when the cap was, before the cap, obviously it didn't matter, but when the cap was established, the way that when I went back and looked at the documents, the way I read it is the original bill did not include district authorized charter schools. It would have exempted them. The bill as amended did include them. That is how I read both documents.
So your reading was that if a local school district decided to authorize a charter school, they did have the authority to do that?
Well, if the bill had passed as originally drafted and not as amended, they would have, if that makes sense.
Okay. And which bill are we talking about?
307.
307. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying you think that prior to 307, you could have had 10 schools authorized by the commission and an additional school authorized by the local school district?
That is how I read it.
Okay, so there could have been 20 charter schools in the state or 15, and those additional ones would have been granted by the local school district?
That's how I read it. I would certainly defer to folks who were around for those discussions, but in reading the documents, that's how I interpreted them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do we have Mr. Brainerd available?
Representative, I've reached out to both Jeremy Jones and Roger Brainerd and have not heard anything yet, but they do have the links, and if they're available, they can.
It appears that our staff analyst has gone a long way towards answering that question, so we appreciate that. And I guess at this point, I would ask, are there any additional questions of our staff analyst in regards to 1259? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion at this point.
I would make a motion ought to pass.
Okay. Representative Sampson has made a motion ought to pass. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Lyman.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, has seconded the motion. Okay. Is there any further comment or discussion on the motion? Representative Stearns.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for fleshing out the answer to my complex question there regarding the 10, what counted toward the 10 and when. I'm going to support the motion just from the premise that the option has been there for a decade for folks to be able to do this. Nobody's chosen that route, but I don't see the harm in having two school systems that want to choose that route. I just don't see the harm in it at this point. So I'll leave my comment at that, I guess. But I'm at this time I'm going to support the motion.
Okay. Any other further comment on the motion? Okay. I'd ask Sam, would you call the roll?
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty, are you there? I see your camera, but I don't see you. Okay. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Brennan votes no. Representative Millet?
No.
Representative Millet votes no. Representative McCray?
No.
Representative McCray votes no. Representative Dodge?
No.
Representative Dodge votes no. Representative Crockett?
No.
Representative Crockett votes no. Representative Salisbury?
No.
Representative Salisbury votes no. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And that's everyone. So Representative, it is 4 in favor of the motion and 6 opposed.
Okay, so the motion not to pass did fail. And would anybody like to make a motion at this point? All right. Well, I think as a chair, I do have the authority to make a motion. So I'll make a motion ought not to pass on 1259. And I would look, Representative Salisbury has seconded that motion. And so is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Sam, I'll ask you to read, call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millet?
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
Nope.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And that's everyone. So Representative, it is 6 in favor of the motion and 4 opposed.
Okay, thank you. And we would look to those people who aren't here to vote in a timely fashion. And I would ask Representative Sampson, the minority report ought to pass?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And I'll close the public hearing. I mean, the work session on 1259 is now closed. And we will now move to LD 1172. And I would ask our staff analyst if Mr. Seneff, this is your bill, right? Okay, so if we could start the work session with your analysis, that would be helpful and summary.
I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. All right, so this is LD 1172, an act to delay state mandated teacher and principal evaluation. This bill waives until the 22 to 23 school year the requirement that SAUs evaluate the performance of teachers pursuant to the performance evaluation and professional growth system. In favor, it was noted that evaluation systems are time consuming, but useful and prioritize improvement over punishment. This bill would allow districts to apply for a waiver, but it would be up to districts to decide whether to apply for that waiver. The challenges of COVID and the many things that teachers are juggling at the moment was noted. It was noted that some school districts have already made temporary modifications to evaluation and that focus should be on students. Opponents, the need for feedback, especially now, was noted. It was stated that districts have been requesting more self-evaluations and the feedback process has been tailored to current needs. Neither for nor against. Bill would free up time, but many school districts have already gone a long ways towards doing the evaluations this year. And educators require feedback to improve instruction regardless of whether instruction is hybrid, in person, or remote. Feedback should be used to help the educator grow and not punitively. Information only from DOE. The evaluation system was developed in 2012 and has been strengthened. Districts have been working to revise and grow their systems. Rule 180, which is the department rule that describes professional evaluation, takes into account professional practice, observation, goal setting, and peer support and mentoring. Evaluations, some elements occur annually. Summative evaluations are on cycles based upon the teacher's experience. The probationary period is currently 2 years. At the beginning of the school year, DOE did facilitate conversations with education organizations to draft guidelines for steering committees to try to tailor to the needs of this particular year. Districts have taken a variety of approaches, including extending timelines, prioritizing certain standards, shorter but more frequent observations, different ways to show evidence of professional practice, streamlining learning and growth component. Information requests. So it was asked whether this waiver would apply to probationary employees. And I would actually like to just put the bill text up here for a minute so we can look at it. Can folks see that? Did that screen switch over to the bill text?
Yep.
Good. Sometimes I'm not sure if it's going to. DOE also sent some helpful information about this, just with some definitions. So I just want to point to this reference to section 13701, which defines educator, and that defines educator as a teacher or principal, which doesn't quite get to the question of probationary employees. So I'm going to now switch over to this DOE memo, which hopefully gave us some more information on probationary employees and performance evaluation. So the kind of tricky part is this section reads that the superintendent shall evaluate probationary teachers during, without limitation, each year of their employment as probationary teachers. So that is strong language. Yet we have the bill text, which I'm going to flip back to now, which says notwithstanding any provisional law to the contrary. So we sort of have competing language here. We have the pretty strong language about probationary employees, but also this notwithstanding any provision of law language, which is actually not allocated language. This bill is not allocated. So what I might suggest in order to resolve that ambiguity is to state specifically what the committee's intent is as regards probationary employees in this language. So if the committee does intend it to apply to probationary employees, I think it might be helpful to say that specifically. If the committee does not think that this should apply to probationary employees, I think same, some language just making it clear that it does not apply to probationary employees. DOE also raised the issue, and I'm going to flip back to their memo here, of the continuing contract status of employees. And I think that, and DOE might be able to expand upon this, but I think that the issue that is of concern is, so what is the effect on continuing teacher contracts? So, so if you read this language, there is, whether or not a teacher's contract gets extended does hinge to some extent on their performance evaluation. So the question then is, so if performance evaluations are not done, what does that mean for contracts? The language in statute said, unless a duly certified teacher who's received the summative effective rating indicating ineffectiveness for the preceding school year receives written notice, the contract will be extended automatically for 1 year. So presumably, if no evaluations are done, the contracts would be automatically extended. So I think that is just something for the committee to keep in mind, that would likely be a consequence of this bill. The other issue that DOE wanted the committee to be aware of was some concern over whether this is intended to apply to the current school year or really only to the next school year. So presumably because this bill is not, it does not have an emergency preamble, it would, I think, be very difficult to apply this bill to this school year, given the timeline for when legislation would go into effect. I think practically speaking, it would apply to next school year, but again, the committee might wish to clarify that in an amendment. So going back to the bill analysis, I just have some links for you. The bill, I have the link to the section of statute that describes teacher evaluation, DOE's rules regarding teacher evaluation, again, Rule 180. There is also, DOE did issue joint guidance for performance evaluation and professional growth during this current school year. That guidance is online. DOE did reference it during testimony. So what that does is it gives some options to school districts for some flexibilities. So things again like more frequent but shorter evaluations, different ways of measuring effectiveness while still meeting the requirements of the current statute and the current rules. So that is, I think that is what we would call sub-regulatory guidance. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch off so you can see each other, and I'm happy to answer any questions as always.
Thank you, Mr. Senate. So at least two issues that you raised. One had to do with whether or not this applied to probationary teachers, and secondly, the time period. Does it apply to this year to teachers, or is it just over the next year? So, but before I asked the sponsor to answer those questions, are there any questions from members of the committee on the analysis that was just provided? Senator Whitson.
You're on mute, Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Sam, I think you mentioned continuing contract, and it could be problematic if the timing of this whole thing. What did you say about the continuing contracts?
Well, I think the only problem would be is so the contract extension language in statute does rely to some extent on an evaluation. So if a teacher doesn't have an evaluation, the presumption is that the contract is extended. So I think the only issue would be is if there was a teacher who might otherwise not have been extended because of an evaluation if one does not occur. But again, I think the other thing, just to reiterate, is this is at the option of the district as well. So, and DOE may have more information on that contract extension piece. I know that was something that they did bring up as something for the committee to be aware of.
So if, let's say a teacher was having issues and the administration had been working with them or whatever, and they've had 2 or 3 poor evaluations. And this coming year, or this particular year, the decision was made not to renew them. Could that throw that whole thing off, potentially?
I think potentially. It is, I think this could get sticky. And I would again encourage the committee to see if DOE has any additional information, because they might, because I know that this was something that they did have some concerns about.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
Any other questions for Mr. Senate? Seeing none, I would ask Representative McCray Could you address at least two of the issues that he raised in terms of probationary teachers as well as the time frame?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. The first thing I'd like to do before I get to those is just to reiterate exactly what the bill says. Okay, it is the local steering committee of the evaluation, the PEPG committee, would have to request a waiver to delay these evaluations. That's the first thing. The second thing regarding probationary teachers, with Mr. Senna's analysis, it helped clarify things in my head because that was a direction that I really didn't see. But the way I see it now is that we'll say that I'm a probationary teacher in my first year of my contract. Okay, if I am, I will have been subject to the evaluation systems in place in 2020-21. That's going to be pretty critical. If this gets suspended, if the delay happens for next year, the district, the administration has evidence as to how well I'm doing this year. If they were to choose for hiring purposes to follow up on some of their concerns during next year, because otherwise they may end up hiring somebody they don't want. So I would say a prudent administration would say, okay, Dave McRae, you did okay, but we had some concerns. We're going to follow up on that. And we have to do it a little bit differently because the district has suspended or has delayed formal evaluations as they have been. So I think that pretty well covers the probationary thing. It is a little bit of a problem because a probationary thing really it's a hiring thing. I mean, you do okay the first year, the second year, and then it's D-Day, it's time, it's decision time. So I think that probably would be the best way to address that and to think about that. And then I remind everybody that the PEPG committee in every district will make a decision as to how that district is going to go. If they think we really should delay these for another year until 2022-23, then, till 2022-23, then that's fine. But they have to request that waiver from the Department of Ed. I think I've addressed that. Did I, Mr. Chair? Did I skip something there? No, you said there were two, and I'm not.
Right. Mr. Senate, did that answer those two questions from your perspective?
I think so. I also did just get a notice that Emily Dowdy from DOE is
Okay.
also able to speak to this.
Okay. Before we get to her, does anybody have any questions for Representative McCrae? Representative Stearns.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative McCrae, excuse me, but I think you may have confused me more than I was already confused. But what I'm looking at here is a situation where the 2021 school year, of which we're winding down,
right?
People have been teaching school. Students have been receiving instruction under really adverse conditions and variable conditions all across the state. But school has gone on. And so what you're saying is with this legislation that the evaluation system would be in place for this school year, 2021.
And has been.
It has been.
Yes.
But would not be in place. So it's in place for a year that we know has really been disrupted by COVID. But next year, we don't know what's going to happen with vaccinations and all that going on. And so next year could be a normal school year, we hope, knock on wood. And yet there would be the opposite. People might have already decided to waive evaluations for the next year. Now, I look at it from an evaluator's point of view, making a decision on a probationary teacher. you have 1 year, let's say it's the teacher that Senator Woodson was talking about, the 2021 school year, they have a very, very rocky start
Okay.
for whatever reason. Next year, if there's a waiver, I cannot evaluate them. In my mind, that's an automatic non-renewal because I've got to go back to the previous year, the only data that I have available. Is that correct?
Well, I think probably what would happen with the PEPG committees, first off, they didn't have any choice but to be evaluated this year. There was no such vehicle as this to delay that. I mean, it just couldn't happen in time. This would have been a better year for it, to be honest with you. It would have been needed more this year, we hope, okay? But the second part of it is that PEPG Evaluation Steering Committee would have those options. I would certainly think to request a waiver or not. And I would think before they would allow.
Whoops.
You want to mute?
Did I do that?
I think I'm back now.
Yep.
I don't know what happened. Maybe I hit it. No, I didn't. Okay, I got excited and hit the button now. So I would certainly think because of the hiring situation, so that you as a superintendent would know if I was worth keeping on or not. And if you had some concerns and some evaluation things, I would certainly think that the PEPG steering committee would certainly allow enough evaluation on your part and self-evaluation on this probationary teacher that they could prove themselves or be found deficient, and you would decide whether to offer a continuing contract or not. That would be, I mean, that just makes total sense to me that that's what would happen. That's not what this bill is aimed at. This bill is to make it so wherever possible, if a local steering committee decided we don't need, we should suspend this next year, fine. But I doubt that they would want to suspend it on second-year probationary teachers. I can't imagine why they would.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
I then had Representative Millette or Representative Stearns. Did you want a follow-up question or?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, a clarification on that. So you're saying that the local PPG group,
That gang.
they would have the power to have a waiver for some teachers, but not others.
No, I think probably a waiver for everybody, but except people that were in the second year of their probationary contract. I think it should apply to probationary teachers. But if we have somebody that's in question, you as a superintendent have to have some basis for making a decision. So it just seems to me that the steering committee of these local districts is all powerful as to how this goes. They have to have it as it stands now. It's a requirement of all schools, all school districts, state law. So this offers to allow for a waiver. And when those local steering committees request a waiver, I'm sure that they can accommodate this unusual situation we're talking about here, this out of the box thing. I have no doubt in that in my mind at all.
All right. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. First, I believe that statute does allow districts to fire, dismiss educators without having to rely on the evaluation. And that would be section 13202. And I think earlier, I thought I heard Sam say that that the schools wouldn't be able to do that, but that's not the case. They absolutely could. So you can see that language in 13202. I mean, it's not directly related to performance evaluation, but school districts still have that ability. And then I do note that on page 338, section, having a real hard time figuring this one out. bear with me. Okay, section 13704, that takes place. Oh, okay, that's sorry. Interesting. So I apologize, everybody. There's there's two sections that are in existence before a particular date and then after a particular date, and it's kind of hard to read. So I'm going to back off of that. So for now, my one comment is that the district still have the ability to dismiss an educator without the evaluation system in operation. And then finally, Representative McCray, as I understand it, it simply removes the requirement of the districts to do it. It's not asked, it is not telling them that they cannot do it. It's just saying that you don't have to do it. And so it would be a local decision. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. And in addition, must request a waiver to do it, to suspend it from the DOE.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McCray.
Yes, sir.
There seems to be a lot of confusion, thoughts about what is and what isn't on state law here. And I'm confused to go back to your conversation with Representative Stearns and saying that the local evaluation committee could seek a waiver for some teachers and not others. Is that what you said?
No, that was part of the discussion. That's not really what I said. The local steering committee of the EEPG, the evaluation of teachers and principals, by the way, committee, can apply for and receive, according to this, if it passes, a waiver saying that those evaluations would not be required during the 2021-22 school year, but would in fact be reinstated in 22-23, just the way it has been, the way it is right now, actually. Okay. Now, the issue with a probationary teacher caught in the middle of this thing, I guess what I would strongly suggest, and I'm sure would be the case, would be that accommodations by that steering committee would have to be made in order to allow for successful evaluation. And I don't mean, well, yeah, I do mean evaluation of their ability to be a valuable teacher in the district, and allow administration to evaluate that on the basis much the same as they have for 100 years during that year, during the second year of the probationary period. I can't imagine that there'd be any other way. I would agree with Representative Stearns. If I were the teacher, the new guy this year, and I was just suspicious, not doing that great a job, maybe I'm going to get it together and become a great teacher, but I haven't yet. And he has some doubts about whether I'm going to make it. If we don't make that provision in the local steering committee so that his administration can take care of that, then I'm gone. So I think that has to be what would happen in any situation. They're not going to just say, okay, then fire the guy. Okay, they're going to say, continue working in this situation. If that would make it easier, I wouldn't have any problem with developing an amendment to that end. Okay, I mean, I totally agree with Representative Stearns. That is the guy that's caught in limbo, and I certainly wouldn't intend that out of this bill.
Well, again, I feel that there's a lot of wiggle room here. So let's say that the local teachers evaluation team opted for the waiver.
Okay.
Would that allow them, so if they opt for the waiver, they can waive all returning teachers, not the probationary. But could they also say, well, we have got a couple of teachers here that we need to really evaluate? Is it all or nothing, or can they pick and
I
choose?
think, I think for that 1 year, it would be all or nothing, Senator, with the exception of this limbo probationary teacher, yes. It would, I think it would.
Okay, thank you.
All or nothing. All
Thank
or
you.
nothing.
At this point, Sam, could we have the representative from the Department of Education join us? And you said her name is?
Do we have a name representative or?
I had thought that Emily Dowdy was there, but she may not.
Emily
be.
Dowdy?
I'm not seeing her in the attendee list.
Okay, so she was with us, but she's not anymore.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't see a department.
What was the name again? I can try to reach
Emily
out.
Dowdy.
Okay.
Okay. Senator Wisdom, did you have a follow-up question?
No, not really. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Seneff, could you just provide a brief summary of where we are at this point?
Can try. I think there's a couple things up in the air. One is the probationary employee issue, which I think is unclear enough in the bill as written to probably benefit from a clear amendment as to whether or not the intent is for probationary employees to be included. The second is the dates. So does it apply to this school year? It sounds like there's, from what I'm hearing, likely no, but that again may benefit from some clarity. And then the third issue, which Representative Millett had also commented on, was the effect on contracts. And as Representative Millett had stated, there is additional provisional law that does allow for a teacher to be terminated. The section of law that is talking about performance evaluations does talk about this automatic extension. It is, I think it's a little hard to read side by side with the next section of law, but I would agree with Representative Millett. There is a clear mechanism regardless of the performance evaluation process that does allow for the termination of a teacher. But I still think the impact of this bill on contracts may need, it is something to be aware of, but not perhaps just positive. I think that's where we're at.
And Mr. Sun, just so I'm clear as well, the bill doesn't require a school district to apply for a waiver.
No,
what
it
it
does not.
what it does is it creates a waiver or waives the requirement that a local school district would have to do an evaluation of a teacher.
So I think that it's an interesting question you raised, kind of the semantics of it, because the bill, the head note in the bill is temporary waiver of evaluations. And then the language is notwithstanding any provision, it is not required to. But the way that I think this bill has been discussed is that the district then could apply for a waiver. So
well,
it may be, again, that language could be stated more clearly, the fact that it is not required that a school
Well, the way I would read it is that that the legislation provides a waiver.
I think you're right.
From the
On its
requirement.
face, that's how it reads. If the committee wants more of a like opt-in, that's another option. So
right.
I think you could do it either way.
But this really allows for an opt-out opportunity.
I
So,
think that's a good way to put it. Yes.
yeah. I had Senator Woodson and then Representative Millette.
I think I just had my hand up from last time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I prefer the opt out. It's less intensive work for the district and for the department. Because the opting in would require paperwork and approval and all of those procedures that I think then this, I think as Sam has suggested, resolve, not bill. And, you know, we are talking about a very limited period of time. A time when we are struggling to find educators to be a sufficient number of educators to be able to staff up our schools. And we're asking them to change on a dime and pivot in a matter of days and weeks. Certainly in my district recently, it was a matter of weeks, pivot to a whole new, you know, one form of model of providing instruction to another model of providing instruction. And you know, I'm certainly hopeful that we are able to find a new equilibrium, but in the case that we can't, I think it's important that we keep people focused, keep our educators focused on providing instruction to our students. And again, for me, what's critical is the local community decides whether this is appropriate for them or not. From testimony that we received, it appears that there are many districts that will not be looking to opt out, that they are moving along just fine. But for those that aren't, this is a good release valve and taking this paperwork off of their plates or their desks. And again, it's a very limited period of time. So I plan on supporting this as amended because I do think it needs to be a resolve, as Sam suggested. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Have we been successful locating Ms. Dowdy? I see Sam's on the phone, so I guess the answer to that is no at this point. Representative Millette, did you have a follow-up question? No. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will certainly not be supporting the legislation, and I'll give you some of the rationale behind that. One piece is the powerful testimony on the Department of Education on their part, talking about the flexibility, talking about how they jumped on this early on in the pandemic and made excellent suggestions and guidance and best practice to school systems and how to adapt their evaluation system. Secondly, students are educated. Next year, they're going to be educated. And if an evaluation is good this year for students to see how teachers are doing in their education of those students, next year, although it's been mentioned as a limited period of time, if you consider yourself a preschooler, that's 20% of your life next year to not have an evaluation on how your instruction is going on. There's great confusion around probationary teacher issues. If you allow one educator to be evaluated because they're in their second year and another one not to be evaluated because they're in their 11th year, I think you open yourself up to a labor issue on behalf of that second year teacher. I'd be saying, hey, how come I get evaluated and that guy doesn't? I think that's a labor problem. I think local districts certainly have the ability to adapt using the DOE guidelines or their own guidelines and some common sense. I think it's unfair in that it singles out educators. What about support staff? Support staff are dealing under less than ideal conditions as well. Custodians, food service, they've been going through a nightmare. They're going to be evaluated next year. And lastly, I guess it's just general confusion about the whole thing. So that's why I'll not be supporting the legislation.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. I am not seeing, and again, Sam, were you successful?
I was not
And-
successful, Representative. I did send the email, but
Well, I know it's kind of hard to say on YouTube that you haven't been successful, but it certainly was not your fault or due to anything that you did that caused a problem. So at this point, I think we are ready for a motion, and I would ask the sponsor of the bill if he'd like to make a motion.
Yes, thank you. I move that 1172 pass as amended.
And the amendments are,
Sam, what, Mr. Senate, what is your understanding of the amendment right now? Because it's been going all around.
I think a
You
couple
have-
of things were suggested. One was to turn the bill into a resolve to account for the fact that the language is unallocated. And then it's up to the committee whether there's a wish to clarify the timing and the probationary status issues. But that's up to the committee.
Well, from my perspective, it should be through the 21-22 school year. And that's that. End of 2021, 21-22 school year, this would sunset, as far as that part is concerned. I don't know the most convenient way, trying to think on my feet, to handle the probationary issue. If somebody has a suggestion, I'd certainly be up with that, but I just don't want to put something in there that I'm going to regret that I put in. If anybody has a clear thought as to the best way to go with that. Okay, yeah, I will. I can do that. And that if anyone is in the second year of their probationary period, that evaluations by administration can continue for hiring purposes the following year. Or for granting continuing contract status, same thing.
so what I heard Representative McCray is that we turn this into a resolve, that it would be in effect for the 21-22
Yes.
School year, and that it would exempt probationary employees or teachers that are in their second year of probation.
From the waiver, yes.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded by Representative Millette. Okay. So are there any further questions, either of our staff person in regards to the motion and the amendment? And Mr. Senate, do you believe at this point, or hopefully you do understand what the amendment is, right?
I actually would like to clarify that.
Okay.
So just to be clear, so the probationary employees would be required to have their scheduled second year evaluation, is how I understood that.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes, I have enough information.
Now you're okay. And you got it's the 21-22 school year, and it is a resolve.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would ask Mr. Baker if he would read the roll. Or call the roll. You could read it. I need you to call
it. Yeah, maybe I could be successful at this, Representative. Let's see. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge is not here. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And that's everyone. So Representative, it is 6 in favor and 4 opposed.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Stearns, the minority report is simply ought not to pass.
Simply ought not to pass.
Simply ought not to pass. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will call the the work session on LD 1172 to a close. And we will open the work session on LD 1188. And again, Mr. Senate, you're the staff person. So if you would
yes.
provide the analysis, that would be great.
Sure. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, this is the work session for LD 1188, an act to include librarians and career and technical education teachers in the minimum $40,000 salary initiative. So this bill includes school librarians as well as CTE teachers and the minimum $40,000 salary for teachers initiative. There was testimony in favor of the bill, noting that these two groups of educators are essential. And then reviewing the timeline for the initiative, the minimum teacher salary currently being $35,000 to increase to $37,500 next school year, and the new minimum of $40,000 to take effect in the 22 to 23 school year. Statement that this corrects a minor oversight. There's a reference in the current version of the law to school administrative units, which would not include CTE regions, but would include CTE centers. Noted that there's 27 CTE centers, 27 CTE centers and regions, 19 of which are centers and 8 are regions. The Department of Education released a priority notice verification of salaries. There was a few specific job classes left off, including nurses, OT, and PT folks, but no evidence that those positions are being paid under $40,000. So this wouldn't be a practical concern for those groups. Note the importance of minimum salary to increase the likelihood of attracting high achieving individuals. CTE teachers, as noted, are particularly hard to recruit. Higher teacher wages increases the supply of teachers, reduces turnover, and improves student performance. Needs workers in the technical fields and should focus on CTE teachers. The requirements to be a librarian in a school were noted: bachelor's degree with 36 hours of credit in a grad program, or a bachelor's and a teaching certificate. Neither for nor against, all educators should be fairly compensated. Oppose legislation which assumes local control over compensation. And note that $40,000 doesn't account for different costs of living in different areas of the state. And then a note from DOE that DOE has reviewed statute and determined librarians are included. So it was asked how this happened, why were librarians and CTE teachers excluded. It does appear from my review of what I could find to have been an oversight. I can't say that definitively, but that's what the record would suggest. So the language for the initiative, the $40,000 initiative, was part of the budget bill for the 29th, so LD 373, which I have 343 rather, which I have linked here. I do want to go through some of the language because this is whether or not these two groups are included is all about definitions, and it's all about cross-referencing definitions. So I just want to run through it to kind of show you where we are. So the language in statute that establishes the minimum salary threshold, which again is derived from LD 343, states that every school administrative unit should establish these set minimum standards for certified teachers. So the question then is going down to this further information on who is eligible for this minimum teacher salary. The question is, what is a school administrative unit then? So that is defined in statute, a comprehensive definition. What it does not include, as was noted in testimony, is the regional CTE centers. So I think that the way that I read it, the CTE, I would agree that it looks like they are not, I'll just do them first. It looks like they are not included. There's 8 CTE regions as noted, so the teachers there, the way the statute is written, wouldn't include them. It is interesting when you look at, there is, DOE sent me this language from fiscal year 2011 salary adjustment guidance. It looks like they were included in that salary adjustment as part of they actually defined school administrative units, and they specifically did include CTA regions, which is interesting. But it does look like the language as written now would exclude them. And just going back up to librarians, which is a little more complicated. So the question is whether a librarian is a certified teacher for the purposes of the sectional law that requires minimum salaries. So what is librarian? Librarian is defined in statute as a full-time equivalent public librarian or a media specialist, as documented in the department's database. So a media specialist, a library media specialist, falls under the definition of educational specialist, which is also defined. So then the question is, are educational specialists certified teachers? So the term teacher isn't specifically defined, but certificates are. And educational specialist certificates are clearly differentiated from teacher certificates. So my best reading of the law is that librarians are not included, given the distinction between educational specialist certification and teacher certification. It's ambiguous, but I think that it is on its face not included, and would require legislation to make clear that they should be included. There is some, again, this old guidance from 2011 that does clearly include librarians as covered in salary adjustments, but it does again seem that as drafted and as in statute, librarians and CTE teachers in CTE regions are not included in the initiative. So that was a long way of saying that the bill language does appear to be necessary if the intent of the committee is to include those groups, which was a long way to say that. But I will stop sharing again so the committee can see one another.
So thank you. So just so I hope that I understand this, what you're saying, I think you're saying is librarians are not covered, but they have been paid.
So that I'm a little bit unclear about. I could not quite tell whether, practically speaking, they have been included, but I can tell that definitionally they don't look like they're included.
And then CTE, you believe that the language is there and they have also been paid?
So I'm not clear if they have realistically been included, but if you're looking at the language in statute, they're not, it does not look like they're included.
Okay, so at the very least, you would be saying we need to have language to cover both librarians and CTEs to ensure the fact that they are covered. And we hopefully will have somebody here from DOE to find out whether or not they have been included in the pay increase. Is that right?
Yes, if the committee wants to be sure for going forward that these groups are included, it does.
And then obviously if they had not been paid, they would be paid going forward.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Millette.
I just took my hand down thinking you were going to ask if there was somebody from the departments. Then I wanted to let them go first.
Okay, I was hoping there was somebody from the department. Sam Baker, is there somebody from the department?
No representative?
Yep. No?
No representative. There's nobody from the department available right now.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So
just I want to clarify. I'm sorry because I jumped in this, but at this point, if anybody has any clarifying questions for Mr. Seneff, we should do that. So Representative Millette, is your question to Mr. Seneff? Okay, if we could wait for a second. Representative Stearns, did you have a question on the analysis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes, I do. And Sam may be able to answer this, or again, it may be something that needs to wait for a DOE staffer. When we talked about librarians being educational specialists, what other groups are educational specialists? For instance, nurses, or
see, I have the
what other job titles would fall under that, Sam?
So athletic directors, school counselors, library media specialists, librarian, literacy specialists, school psychologists, school nurses, special ed consultants, speech language clinicians, or career and technical education evaluator.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a confusing afternoon so far. And I'm curious, Sam, if I'm understanding this right, coming into this work session, we didn't think the librarians were an issue because they were being paid. But now we're not totally sure. Is that correct?
So that did seem like what the testimony was saying. So I want to separate like what's actually happening now. I think is an outstanding question that ideally DOE would be able to help the committee with. But what statute says is what I was focusing on. Like, how can statute be entirely clear that these groups should be included, and is it clear? And I don't think it's clear currently that they are.
No, I appreciate that feedback. With respect to the CTE schools, what we're talking about here is only the technology region schools, correct? Those 8 schools?
Yes, because the centers are included in the definition of SAU, but the regions are not.
Okay. And my list here shows me there's 8 of those.
Yes, correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
So any additional questions for Mr. Seneff? Seeing none, Representative Millette.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has gotten more complicated than I had hoped. So I would ask the committee to support the amendment that focuses on CTE regions, and allow me to go back to the department to discuss with them the issue of education specialists, because I don't feel comfortable pulling out just librarians from a class of educators without looking at everybody else. And I think we all, I feel like we all appreciate the inequity of the interpretation being the CTE centers, but not the CTE regions. And I want to keep this as simple and clean as possible. So right now, with the amendment, it focuses on CTE regions, and that's what I would hope we would all support going forward. Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate Senator Millette's approach to that. And from a personal standpoint, not speaking for the rest of the members of the caucus, um, yes, that seems like that CTE component and the differentiation between region and center really is crystal clear, and love to see that fixed. On the other side of the coin, the librarian one is it's complex because it's very difficult to find librarians. And some folks do a librarian under contracted services. They might have the town librarian serve overseeing the school library function, that kind of thing. So the ability to go back to DOE and maybe crystallize that is a great idea. Again, from a personal level, if you have a librarian or media specialist that is serving as a full-time educator, side by side with the teaching corps, under the collective bargaining agreement, following the schedule, et cetera, that makes sense to me. But there is a lot of variables across the state. So,
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Representative Millette. Representative, you are suggesting to bring the centers and regions together in this bill. Are you also suggesting that we table this until you've had a chance to talk with DOE? No.
No, I'm not.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Representative Salisbury.
This little guy you got, man.
Are you ready for a motion?
I have one question to ask, but go ahead and make the motion and I can ask the question after that.
I make a motion that we pass, ought to pass as amended, LD. What are we on here?
Okay. And do you?
Wait, let me finish my motion. That would be LD 1188. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded by Representative McCray. Mr. Senate, can you explain the motion?
So the motion would be to amend the bill to include just CTE teachers in CTE regions and strike the librarian.
Okay. And my question simply to Representative Millette, when Mr. Senate read out the list of people who are included as educational specialists, there's nobody that jumped out at me that I would not want to include in terms of the salary, minimum salary. So that's just for future consideration as you talk to DOE.
I agree. I don't want unintended consequences to derail where we are.
I understand that. I just, it didn't, the list did not appear inconsistent, and that the people we'd want to cover sounded like all the people that were included in that list. So as you have that conversation with DOE, I think we want to be inclusive as opposed to just focusing on librarians. So, all right, Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It concerns me that the librarians are not included in this. Does Representative Millette see a huge delay in getting some clarification from DOE? What's the rush in waiting till she talks with them before we vote on this?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Yep.
I'm happy to have that conversation. I just wonder, I am happy to have that conversation, Senator. If that would make you feel more comfortable, then I'm okay doing that and having this table. That's totally fine. But I think we do have another motion before us before we could get to tabling.
Yeah, I just wonder if other people could weigh in. Maybe it's just me, but I am concerned about that. Thank you.
Representative Salisbury.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Senator Rafferty.
If we left the wording as is, and meaning to include librarians, and later we find that that's redundant, can the language be adjusted at that time?
I would, yeah.
Could we hear from Mr. Semp, please?
Senator Rafferty, could you restate the question?
Yes, be happy to. So if we leave librarians in, 'cause it appears just listening that we would like to be sure they were included. But if we leave the librarians in and later we find out that they're already included.
David, this is Jan Dodge calling.
Does that affect this bill in any way?
I don't think it would, to librarians, I don't think that it would have any impact. I guess the only issue would be is if there's other educational specialists, if that might create a sense of confusion. That's the concern that I'm hearing. But to librarians, I don't think there would be any impact on the pay of librarians.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions at this point of Mr. Senate? Okay, it's been moved by Representative Salisbury and seconded by Representative McCray. Ought to pass on LD 1188 as amended. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to have a sense from other committee members as to whether they would appreciate this being tabled to look at the issue or not to before I vote. Thank you.
Representative Millett, could you clarify exactly what you'd like committee members to comment on?
Certainly. I would like to know whether other committee members share Senator Woodson's sentiment that it would be helpful to have the department address the issue of librarians and or education specialists before we vote on this bill.
Okay. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to that request, if the bill stands alone as amended, which would be only the adjustment between regions and centers, I'll support the bill. If it were to have the librarians added in because of all the unknowns, I could not support the bill, and I could support taking a bit of time tabling. Again, I think I already alluded to the differences between not just librarians, but many on that list. Many of them are contracted services. They're piecemeal together part-time. So the clarification on that, and also while we're getting that clarification, if we choose to go in that route, the difference of whether or not they're covered under the collective bargaining agreement. Because some of those that were on that list are in one district, they are included on the collective bargaining agreement and they follow right along with the teacher's salary schedule. And in other units, the exact same position is not under the collective bargaining agreement, and it's again a contracted service. So if that could be clarified, certainly I would be much more favorable toward including the librarians if I know exactly what I'm including.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this does not appear to be going in the manner that which I was anticipating, and I need to leave for another meeting, I'd like to withdraw my motion. I would be in favor of tabling it if we can get that wording clarified.
Okay. I was just the other approach, and I don't know if Representative Millette would be amenable to this, but we can go ahead and pass your amendment right now. And then when we come, it'll be another week or two before we do language review. If Representative Millette has resolved the issue by then, we could simply reconsider and include that in the bill. If Representative Millette wanted to move forward with the bill now, since it seems that we have agreement on the CTE part and continue to get additional information about the librarians, we would have an opportunity at language review to reconsider and include that if we needed to. But if she at this point wants to table the bill, we can also take that into consideration as well. So Representative Millette, I would ask for your thoughts at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to be responsive to other committee members' concerns. And so I would, in turn, I'm comfortable with that because I have reconsidered and amended in the past. I think it could work. I would ask if Senator Woodsum, it would be comfortable with that process, and trust that I would have those conversations with the department.
So,
thank you, Representative Millette. I prefer personally to have the conversation and then vote on this as one package, not doing it as has been suggested, but that's just me.
So I guess, Senator Wilson, the question was, would you be, would you be amenable to voting for the current motion, even with your reservations?
No, I would not support it.
So I would recommend, Representative Millette, that we table the bill, allow you to look into the educational specialist issue, and in deference to Representative Woodson, we'll try to answer that question and come back to the bill. So, Representative Salisbury, if you would agree to withdraw your motion.
I do.
And Representative McCray, thank you. And I will accept the motion at this point to table the bill.
So moved.
It's been moved, table the bill. Is there a second? Representative Crockett, you beat out Representative Millette for the second. It's a weighty accomplishment. No further discussion. All those in favor of tabling LD 1188? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. And Representative Millette will ask you to pursue this and follow up and hopefully come back with a resolution. We now we'll close the work session on 1188, and we will now go to LD 742. We do not need a bill analysis. We'll simply ask Mr. Seneff if he will summarize the letter that he sent to the committee as a follow-up to a meeting that we had last week with interested parties.
Sure. Just to remind the committee what happened with this bill, there was a work session. The committee ultimately tabled the bill and directed Representative Fecto and Representative Brennan to please meet with department staff from CDC and from DOE to try to come up with a potential alternative to the youth assessment that was originally referenced in the bill. There was a meeting last week, and the letter that I emailed the committee is the result of that meeting. So the letter does a few things. It requests 4 different things of the department. First, it requests that the department conduct a survey of certain folks in these school districts, so people who are would have good information on the status of student mental health. So people like school clinicians, social workers, nurses, and administrators. So it was discussed. I think one of the big issues was just getting together a survey of students requires IRB approval, so Institutional Review Board approval. I don't think that was discussed last week, but that was discussed at our meeting as a real barrier to doing a quick survey of kids. The group thought that these folks were a good proxy for surveying students directly, as they are folks who would know what is happening with kids in schools or kids who are learning remotely. Second, the committee requested it through the letter that the department, in coordination with CDC, identify and make districts aware of certain screening tools for identifying mental health issues in students. And the group discussed specifically a tool called the School Health Assessment and Performance Evaluation, or SHAPE system, as a particularly good tool to first screen and identify at-risk kids, but also it goes beyond that, from what I understand, and helps address some of those issues that kids may be experiencing right now. And the other two requests had to do with anticipated funding that the department and that schools will get through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, which is the COVID relief bill. So first request was that schools use that the department place some contingencies on the use of those receipt of those funds by schools. There is some language in there that says to the extent allowable under the terms of the funds, because all funds come with some terms. So to the extent that the department can do this, require that districts use some of those funds to help support students with mental health, pretty broadly defined as including substance abuse, social isolation, academic challenges that are secondary to mental health issues and isolation experienced during the pandemic, and particularly use some of those funds to help contract with community-based providers to provide supports in schools and to build the ability of schools to address those issues. And fourth, that the department build up its internal capacity with some of those federal funds, again, to the extent allowable by the terms of the funds, to enhance the department's own ability to provide support to schools and to students who are in private school or homeschooled, and particularly building up supports to help schools identify youth who are at risk of suicide, and for the department to help provide supports to youth who are at risk of suicide. So the letter details those requests of the department, and I think it was particularly important to the group that that survey be done quickly in the next few weeks, ideally, to get an idea of what is going on with students before the end of the school year. So I think that pretty much outlines it, but I will leave it there.
So thank you. And I want to really compliment Mr. Senate for his quick turnaround. The meeting that we had last week, and his summary did capture the discussion, but he did a great job of putting everything together fairly quickly and getting it out to the committee. So as you can see, the bill has been drafted in a way that it's a letter to the Commissioner of Education. And so really the request would be whether or not the committee endorsed the draft and was willing to send that to the commissioner. So at this point, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Senate before we get to Representative Fecto, Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to thank Sam and also all of the folks involved in that meeting and the quick turnaround. I'm wondering if during the discussion, if there was any discussion about getting a statistically reliable sample rather than an instrument that has to attempt to go out to every single student. Was there any talk about that?
Well, we did, and as Mr. Senate pointed out, when you survey human people directly, you have to, quote, have IRB approval. And there's a whole process that you have to go through that could take weeks, if not longer. And that's why we opted to go with the survey of adults and have it, as a result, it wouldn't require the IRB report, approval. So we talked about a number of different ways that we might have been able to do that, but nobody could come up with something to avoid that type of review, and that it could be done in a timely way.
Very good. Yep.
But,
Thank you.
I would say, Mr. Senate, is that an accurate portrayal of the discussion?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, seeing none. At this point, I'll call on Representative Fecto, who is the sponsor of the bill and clearly participated in the meeting. And if you would like to comment on the letter in the meeting, that would be appropriate at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the committee. I really thought the meeting went well. I thought it was done in extremely good faith, and Mr. Zenef really captured the meeting and the finer points quite well. It did become clear that the use of a survey to students, even as an exit ticket by the end of the year in any sort of standardized way, would have been highly improbable. And so I think Representative Brennan was right. This is the right idea packaged in the wrong vehicle. And so that's why I think having school-based counselors and social workers work on something so they can give kind of a pulse, statewide pulse to us, have some sort of actionable item on or some sort of data to kind of cling on while we make decisions, especially with all the ARPA funds, and then with the MIAS taking off in the fall. I think the screening tools, so long as we can get the department and the commissioner to work with us and really standardizing that SHAPE assessment, which could help standardize and show schools what they're lacking. And then I really think there's some key points in points 3 and 4 of the letter, the federal fund contingencies. The Department of Education, we found out, is discussing really 3 buckets of funding that are going to be going to schools when the school funding comes in from the federal funds. One is COVID-19 relief, one is learning loss, and one is the SEL, or the social emotional learning bucket, and really focusing on that. The youth mental health crisis is something that we all know is happening, but to what extent and where and to whom. And so having some sort of contingencies that they need to be offering these services, especially when we may be able to use these funds for hopefully more than by the end of this academic, by the end of the next academic year as well. And then the use of funds by the DOE, understanding that many school-based or community-based health services, while you may be able to contract them, is all well and good and it briefs really well. But the issue is there is an equity across the state, whether you don't have those services available or you have those services available and they're completely out. So that's why I thought the main, and I'm using the royal eyes and more like we thought that maybe giving the Maine School Safety Center, so Mr. Shea and his colleagues, the ability to contract things such as telehealth could then be used not only for our public school children to use in the areas that they may not have enough access or be able to access, or also for our homeschool students and those in private school. So thereby, these funds could be used, since most of these other services are for public schools, that this service could be used by all Maine students. And so I really think this turned quickly into, we can't do this, but how can we address it? And that's by having schools looking inward and doing an assessment, us saying that we think the social and emotional learning bucket, as it refers to youth mental health, is super important. And then understanding that there's going to be a gap, and we will be able to fill them in by doing things like telehealth. I know NAMI has been doing a lot of things too, and I'm sure the department and CDC have been in touch with NAMI and what they're doing with their tech support, their peer support line. And I think that telehealth or things like that, or giving the Maine School Safety Center the ability to help where help is needed, is a productive use of their time. And I think it gives and many of these ideas I know have already been discussed at the Department of Education. Not to say that these are all new ideas, but this would definitely give it a committee's endorsement of some of those things, and let the commissioner know that we are all willing to work and help support this, especially as these federal funds come in.
Thank you, Representative Fecto. And I'd ask if any members of the committee have a question of Representative Fecto. Seeing none, Representative Millette, you and I had a conversation a little bit earlier, and you had suggested that we include in the letter direction to DOE and DHHS to examine the survey that they're currently using and determine if there's a way going forward in the future for them to develop a survey that might be more effective, less cumbersome, and be utilized more quickly. So if Representative Fecto is okay with that language, I think we could include that in the letter as well. Is that your sentiment as well, Representative Fecto?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. And something else we discussed, Representative, is some of the funds that would quote unquote go to the DOE, but also go to the steering committee for the MIAS in order to provide even more funds so they could compile this data even faster. And so if money would speed the process up, we also did discuss that as well, but I'd be super amenable to that.
Okay, great. So my next question is anybody on the committee, is there any additions or subtractions that you think we need to make to the letter? And if not, are you okay with us sending it forthwith immediately today to the Commissioner of Education? Representative Sampson, was that a thumbs up? Good.
I say send it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right. And again, Representative Fecto, thank you, and Mr. Senate. And you can make that adjustment that we just talked about?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, great. I don't think at this point we need an official vote, but I think we have the consensus of the committee to go ahead and forward the letter. Thank you. So Representative Fecto, are you, we were at this point, is it okay if we dispose of your bill, or?
I think that's appropriate at this time, and we just hold and brace for impact and hope for cooperation with the department.
Okay. So could I have a motion not to pass on LD 742? Okay, well, officially, well, we did open the work session. So I will accept a motion at this point on LD 742.
So moved.
So Representative Sampson has moved not to pass. Is there a second? Representative Crockett seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, Sam, would you call the roll?
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Can you say the exact word of the motion before? I mean, I want to.
It's ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass. Thank you. Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And that's everyone. It's unanimous of those present and voting, Representative.
Thank you. Well, I dare say, Representative Fecto, have known you for almost 3 years now, that the ought not, you may have accomplished more than any time else with an ought not to pass.
What I do is I break records around here, Representative.
Well, thank you for your help. Thank you for your work, and thank you for sticking with this. And we're not done yet. This is just the first step, and hopefully we'll continue to move forward. So thank you.
I appreciate the committee's help, and especially you, Representative Brennan. Thank you very much.
All righty. So at this point, we have concluded our work on the bills that we have scheduled for the work session. Tomorrow, we do not have anything scheduled until 1 o'clock. And then we're in work session from 1 o'clock for the remainder of the afternoon. And then both Thursday and Friday, we have public hearings both days with no work sessions. And Thursday in particular, I forgot whether we got 7 or 8 public hearings for the day. So we have 5, 6. Is your thumb up? Okay.
Yeah, 6. Yep.
All right. So at this point, Senator, I would, do you have any thoughts, comments? Mr. Senate, do you have anything to say? And I always leave the last word for Sam Baker. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, just a reminder, we do have a meeting tomorrow. You and I, Representative Stearns, I believe, and Representative Woodson, is that correct? I mean, Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Yes.
At 9 o'clock in the morning. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Stearns.
I believe we're going to schedule right after this session as well.
And we are as well. So hopefully we will not bump into each other in cyberspace.
How about Representative Brennan?
Yes.
In terms of scheduling, the planning, that's immediately following. Do you want to have caucus?
Yes.
Shortly?
Yes, we plan to caucus immediately after we adjourn here.
And do we have a schedule for our scheduling?
I guess that's what I was alluding to. I thought we had a
No.
scheduling meeting directly after this.
I had emailed Hillary. Could we ask her to put that off for an hour? Does that work?
So you want to schedule at 4:30?
Yeah, that would
We can
work
do that.
for me if that works for everybody else.
That's good.
Okay, so we'll say 4:30.
I'll send out a fresh link.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Thank you.